Well, good morning. It's now 5 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Another carbon copy-ish day, just like yesterday.
Starting in the 60s this morning, we'll get back into the 80s this afternoon. It may be just a touch cooler compared to what we've had the first half of this week.
Channel 4's Stefano DiPietro, he's tracking some rain that should arrive next week as well. And we begin the news with the government shutdown, where layoffs are expected to begin later this week, according to White House Budget Director Russ Vought. Now, the Wall Street Journal says he didn't say just how many cuts there will be, but one House Republican calls them consequential. Meantime, there's no chance the shutdown will end today. Here's NBC's Bianca Fasci.
While lawmakers will be in Washington Thursday, Capitol Hill was already planned to be fairly quiet in observance of Yom Kippur, according to Senate Majority Leader John Thune. The Senate holds their next vote Friday afternoon.
Other news of the day, United States Attorney General Pam Bondi and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth arriving in Memphis yesterday. They were there to meet with Tennessee officials as National Guard troops begin stepping foot on city streets.
If you touch a police officer, you will be arrested. If you touch a federal police officer, it will be assaulting a federal officer. We're going to do everything we can to protect you so you can protect the citizens of Memphis. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for wearing the badge. We all care deeply about what you do, and we're here to help you and to have your backs like you always have ours.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller also in attendance yesterday. Now, if you're keeping count, the task force is credited now with 53 arrests, confiscating 20 illegal firearms, locating a missing juvenile, and recovering a gun from a murder suspect's home. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
It was an up and down day with investors seemingly unmoved by the federal government shutdown. The Dow adding 43 points, the S&P gained 22, and the Nasdaq rose 95. Most of the action was in the bond market, where Treasury yields dropped after a report suggested hiring may have been much weaker across the country last month than what economists expected. Employers outside the government actually cut 32,000 more jobs than they added, according to ADP research. Nike rose almost 6% after revealing a stronger profit for the latest quarter than analysts expected. On the losing end, Peloton Interactive, which dropped over 6% after unveiling an AI and computer vision system for training. The Supreme Court is allowing Lisa Cook to remain as a Federal Reserve governor for now, hearing arguments over President Trump's push for removal in January. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Dow futures down 34 now. The Nasdaq futures plus 79. S&P futures are plus 9. That's the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Some problems on eastbound 24 this morning. It's paving work. So you've got one lane open eastbound 24 between Harding Place and Hickory Hollow Parkway. That's causing a slowdown. And then it's also paving on the 24 eastbound off-ramp to Haywood Lane. And that off-ramp is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Ted Cruz has apparently, Joan, you were talking about the cuts that are coming.
Yeah.
And Ted Cruz has said that these cuts will make Democrats cry and weep. Gotta love Ted Cruz. So mass layoffs apparently are coming.
Yeah.
Try as I might to find a really good sound effect for day 2 of the shutdown. I couldn't find one, so we are sound effect free today.
Thank God. I mean, oh no.
There's just been so much. I'll get you all the sound bites you want.
Well, no, I've got sound bites. I needed like a shutdown sound effect, like I had yesterday.
Oh, like the winding down of the
the winding that the government has, kind of sort of wound down,
Yeah.
kind of sort of, whatever.
Yeah, that sound haunted my sleep.
Do you know what is winding down actually
Hang on, you
is?
could get crying babies.
I could get crying babies.
I like crying babies for today.
Well, that who that is clearly for Hakeem Jeffries.
Yeah.
So yesterday, and I've got his audio coming up where we played it yesterday, actually, where he was like, if Donald Trump wants to say that to my face. Remember that whole thing?
Yes, yes.
So we'll talk about that because there's more. The memes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Go follow me on X, at Dan Manda Show. You will see some of the greatest memes out there because Trump is just now trolling. Everybody is trolling Hakeem Jeffries, as a matter of fact. Do you know what it is? I remember when I was in school and I would be bullied. And my dad would always tell me, son, you got 2 options. You can either laugh with the bullies or you can get tough enough to beat the living crap out of them. Well, I wasn't going to do that. Because I'm not a fighter. I'm a lover, Joan, not a fighter.
Right.
Awkward, moving right along.
You're not a hugger, but you're a lover.
It depends on who the other person is in both instances. But again, moving right along.
Okay.
So I laughed with the bullies. And so if they would do something, whatever to me, I would just laugh and I would joke right back at them and it was fine. No problem whatsoever. Hakeem Jeffries, what he's doing is he is actually showing weakness. And when you show weakness, especially on the socials, when you show weakness, man, they are going to come after you. And President Trump is, and J.D. Vance is, and all of the conservatives on the socials, they're coming up with even new memes of Hakeem Jeffries in a sombrero with the music playing, and it is really funny. So maybe we'll get into that because there were some new ones that maybe we'll share. But I want to talk about the word games that the left is playing, because there was a great moment on CNN where it didn't go well for Hakeem Jeffries. He's with Jay Tapper. And so they're both in agreement that Republicans are lying, but then they admit that actually they're not lying. Remember yesterday, I went through all of this. Democrats are saying that it is a lie that Republicans are saying that they want to fund illegal aliens. So here's part of what is going on. And this is important because this is the core of the disagreement. You have all of these people who came into our country illegally or via, mass parole under Joe Biden. And the Biden administration claimed all of these people, the big group of people, if they're looking for amnesty, mass parole, you name it, the Biden administration, instead of them being illegal aliens who are not eligible for a lot of the benefits, they changed them to lawfully present. That was their status, lawfully present here in America, which then opens the door, opens the floodgates to make them eligible for federal benefits. Now, we could do a deep dive into all of this because there's states that are doing this as well. California, I don't know if you saw this story. California got caught basically lying to the federal government and stealing money from the federal government to fund the health care benefits for illegal aliens in California. We'll get into that. But when Biden changed the status to lawfully present, like he did for millions of illegal aliens, that change, again, allows them to get the benefits. That's what the Trump administration, that's what the Republicans are doing. They're changing that status back to make all of these illegal aliens not eligible for the medical benefits. So you've got Hakeem Jeffries, and he's on with Jake Tapper. They start getting into this.
So let me ask you about a provision that the Republicans are talking about quite a bit. I know you want to talk about, and Democrats want to talk about, extending the Obamacare subsidies, which expire at the end of 2025. But they talk about the provisions, and it's right here, subtitle E, and this has to do with the repeal of health care subtitle changes, and specifically what it is. How they characterize it is, you want to give health insurance to undocumented immigrants. I understand that's not really an accurate depiction, but what it does do is...
It's a lie.
It's a lie, but what you support does bring back funding for emergency Medicaid to hospitals, some of which does pay for undocumented immigrants and people who don't have health insurance.
See what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? In other words, number one, Jake Tapper sort of agrees that what the Republicans are doing is, and I'm air quoting, a lie. But the reality is that he is telling Hakeem Jeffries, no, you're lying, because this is what Joe Biden did to ensure that these, in effect, are illegal aliens and they are getting benefits simply by changing their status to lawfully present.
And also, there is this provision, and it's not about undocumented immigrants, it's about people with asylum seekers and people with temporary protected status, et cetera, et cetera.
Right there. I'm going to rewind that because that is really important. And folks, we're trying to figure out, for you people watching on YouTube, we're trying to figure out the issue with the video, but the information is important.
Emergency Medicaid to hospitals, some of which does pay for undocumented immigrants and people who don't have health insurance. And also, there is this provision, and it's not about undocumented immigrants, it's about people with asylum seekers and people with temporary protected status, et cetera, but about their ability to get Medicaid. So they're non-citizens, they're not undocumented, they're not illegal. Why even include that in a bill, knowing that they're going to seize right upon that and use that to message?
So that is Jake Tapper. And one of the things, obviously, that Jake Tapper is saying is, look, we have a situation where you're accusing the Republicans of lying, but the reality is that you folks are the ones, the Democrats, they're the ones that are not being truthful. And so Hakeem Jeffries absolutely called out. I've got some great audio coming up of J.D. Vance and also Mike Johnson further punctuating this point because it is important. Because we know that Joe Biden led how many, I don't even know what number we're going with these days, but millions and millions and millions of illegal aliens Biden led into this country, and they were basically illegal aliens, and he changed their status so that they could get all of these benefits. That's what the Republicans are talking about. The Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. It is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads with Joan.
Looks like there still may be delays on eastbound 24 this morning, but maybe the project there, the paving project, has been picked up. Looks like traffic is still slow through the Antioch area this morning. Things are looking good on 40. 65 is okay as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 5:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, I don't have the weather in front of me, but I know it's going to be a nice day.
It's going to be sunny and near 90 once again today.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Joan. 5:15. By the way, got another inflatable out this morning.
I saw that you did. Yeah.
Yes. I'm not going to share it, though, with you or Sam because the two of you have been inflatable shaming me for, the better part of 24 hours. So
what are you talking about? Where did I shame you?
This is why we can't have nice things.
Inflatables are nice things?
Yes, they are, Joan.
I'm just checking.
Moving right along.
And above ground pools with a nice deck.
Nice decking. That's the difference between my pool and a white trash pool.
And it's in
nice
the backyard,
decking.
not the front yard.
That's exactly right. J.D. Vance. Now, J.D. Vance, he was on Fox News. I just played you the audio of Hakeem Jeffries and what he has been saying about the lie about illegal aliens and the medical benefits, the Medicare benefits that they have been getting because of the change of status of the Biden administration. So J.D. Vance, he was on Fox News. They asked him about it.
This is a Democrat talking point. They say we're not actually trying to give health care benefits to illegal aliens, and here's why it's not true. There are two Biden-era programs that explicitly gave the taxpayer health care money to illegal aliens that we turned off when President Trump took over in January. Number one is there's a lot of emergency health care at hospitals that are provided to illegal aliens. That was funded by the federal government. We turned off that funding because, of course, we want American citizens to benefit from those hospital services, not to be taxed and then to have those hospital services go to illegal aliens.
There you go. The second, look, J.D. Vance is absolutely right. He is absolutely right. You know how much we spent, by the way, on hospitals visits for illegal aliens under Joe Biden? You have a guess? $16.2 billion. And I bet you that is low. I bet you that's on the low end. The Biden administration, the federal government spent over $16.2 billion on Medicaid-funded emergency services for undocumented immigrants, often referred to as illegal aliens. This is from Grok. Since taking office in 2021, reimbursing hospitals for required emergency care under laws like EMTALA. And by the way, remember, that is only emergency room visits. But it goes far beyond that. It also encourages more illegal immigration because the more benefits they get here in America, you know what happens then, right? Then others want to come. They get on their phones and they say, hey, you've got to come to America, man. We're getting cash. We're getting free health care. We're getting free education. We're getting a place to stay, a roof over our heads. During the 4 years of the Biden administration, that was huge for them. And so J.D. Vance is right to call them out.
The second of which is the Biden administration gave mass parole to millions upon millions of illegal aliens, and then they simultaneously made those parolees eligible for health care benefits funded by taxpayers. In the One Big Beautiful Bill, President Trump and congressional Republicans turned off that money to health care funding for illegal aliens. The Democrats want to turn it back on. And in their initial proposal, the first thing that they put out to reopen the government, they actually turned that money for health care benefits for illegal aliens back on. So it's not something that we made up. It's not a talking point. It is in the text of the bill that they initially gave to us to reopen the government. It's preposterous for them to run away from it now. Right. But look, let's set that all to the side. Let's open up the government. Let's negotiate on all these healthcare policy issues. Obviously, we're not going to support healthcare benefits for illegal aliens, but we will work with them to lower healthcare costs for American citizens if they're willing.
Yeah. Look, he's right. One of the things that I said yesterday is, okay, so if we get a lot of these illegal aliens or these people that are, lawfully present, whatever it is, it's like you know what it is? It's like the voting rolls, right? So you see all of these people that are on the voting rolls. When you go in, you clean out the voting rolls and you pick out the people that are dead, the people that have like 5 addresses, the people that are not legal citizens, all that you go in and you clean out the voter rolls. They need to do the same thing with health benefits. They need to figure out which of these people here in this country are here that should not be getting these benefits. And here's the thing. Once you do that, then you have more resources for the American people. Trump's big, beautiful bill took all of that eligibility away from these people that were effectively here illegally. And the Democrats won all of that back in. And by the way, the illegal aliens, they get billions in Obamacare premium tax credits, food stamps, child nutrition programs. They get outright cash payments. They get earned income tax credits and child tax credits again as well. I mean, it goes on and on. I mean, anywhere you go, when you search for this stuff, you realize who is telling the truth and who is lying. And clearly, and it is J.D. Vance and President Trump and Republicans, we are the ones that are being honest about what it is that we want to do. It is 5:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 615-737-9986 is the super text line. It is open. 615-737-9986. Joan's got the news coming up at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, the National Guard troops got a pep talk from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth yesterday. Also, why so many people are canceling their Netflix subscriptions. That's coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
526, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you are doing well. I can't wait to hear Joan's report on this whole Netflix thing.
Don't make me talk about it now.
It's really weird what's going on with Netflix. I could not tell you the last time I watched anything on Netflix. I'm going to be honest with you. Joan, I know I said we shouldn't talk about this on the air, but here we go. Mm-hmm. Amy controls the remote in my house. So usually,
not to talk about that.
Usually what happens is like, hey, do you want to watch something? Sure. So I do what I need to do. You know what I'm in charge of, Joan?
What?
In my house, I'm in charge of making the pop. So while I'm making the pop, Amy is the one that is, pulling up whatever might be either on Netflix. We've got Xfinity. We've got like Hulu. I usually go to Xfinity and watch old movies. Like, that's what I do. I have my comfort movies.
On the Hallmark Channel?
No, Sam, not on the Hallmark Channel.
No, he watches Gargantuan.
It's War of the Gargantuas, Joan.
Yeah, that.
It's
Joan.
War of the Gargantuas, Joan,
Sorry.
not Gargantuan. What is wrong with you?
Whatever.
Who are you? Joan whatevered me, and it's only 5:27. Hey, you want to hear something fun?
What's that?
So this is Hakeem Jeffries, and I've got something that is going to blow your mind at 5:35.
Okay.
Blow your mind at 5:35. If I can figure out how to do it.
Dealing with Hakeem Jeffries?
Yes, dealing with Hakeem Jeffries.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness. It is, as our friend Matt Murphy says, delicious.
Delicious.
But anyway, this is Hakeem Jeffries. So, again, he was on with Jake Tapper. And as I said in the open, he is showing weakness by showing that he is, like, upset about all of the mariachi sombrero memes that are being made about him. So listen to this.
So you said erratic, and I believe you used the word unhinged the other day.
I did.
Are you trying to draw a line between President Trump's acuity, his mental state, and what's going on here with the shutdown?
No. I'm actually referring to some of his social media posts, which didn't seem to make a lot of sense.
The sombrero and the mustache?
Correct. Well, it would seem to me that as the President of the United States, on the brink of a government shutdown, if you actually wanted to bring everyone together to try to get to a resolution in a common sense, bipartisan way, that's not the type of behavior that we would see.
So you said...
So the best thing about, what somebody needs to do, Joan and Sam?
Smack him upside the head?
Well, yes, but that would be advocating for violence. And of course, we would never do that on Nashville's Morning News.
And I don't advocate that.
Who would have thought that on this October 2nd, it would be Joan that would be advocating for violence against Hakeem Jeffries?
It's Philly Joan. It's not like my...
Philly, okay, there's two Joans. There's Philly Joan, and then there's Joan.
Right.
Somebody needs to make a Make America Great Again sombrero and put it on Hakeem Jeffries.
Oh.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Yes. And it has to be red.
It's got to be red. I don't know if sombreros come in red, but whatever. But I think that would be funny as well. Somewhat ironic, of course, with all the foreigners coming from those countries to our countries. However, I do believe that it would be funny. And Hakeem Jeffries, I think that he's losing a lot of credibility amongst independents for a couple of different reasons. Number one is because, as I documented in the first segment, he is lying about the whole illegal alien medical benefits, all that kind of stuff. He has just been caught in lie after lie after lie. That's number one. But number two, the weakness that he is showing as the leader in the minority leader in the House of Representatives, I think is just rather humorous. And when you become a meme and a joke on the internet, on the socials, and people are literally laughing at you, not with you, then I think that you've completely lost the plot. And by the way, J.D. Vance had something to say to Hakeem Jeffries about all of this. I've got that for you ahead as well on Super Talk. Sam, your mic is on. Did you want to say something?
I was just going to add that, if you're going to be laughed at, you need to take it like J.D. Vance has. He just said, okay, let the memes roll. I'll roll with the punches, and I respect him for it. This groveling and begging people to stop attitude is hilarious.
And you're absolutely right. And because people are making a meme out of J.D. Vance, that is what is going on. And I don't even understand the memes about JD Vance. I think that maybe you need to be in on some sort of a. Do you know what it is about some sort of a couch intimacy? Do you know what this is all about?
I don't, but they've been making memes since he started running with Trump of his face and making him look like a baby and stuff. So
whatever. And you know what?
He's been dealing with it.
You deal with it. You joke. Do you know how many times I would be in the fetal position underneath the desk if I took people's criticism seriously? But I don't. I laugh with people. Even if they're laughing at me, I laugh with them.
Hakeem Jeffries reminds me of Jimmy Kimmel. Like, he's not funny. He can't take the jokes.
Right.
And nothing that he says is actually, like, it's not landing.
Right. Oh, it's absolutely not landing. No. But you know it is going to land, Joan?
What's that?
Your news coming up right now on WTN.
Straight. Yes.
See what I did there?
Yeah. Good morning now, 5:31, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, National Guard troops arrived in Memphis yesterday and got a send-off from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth.
We're really proud to be here. It's a core effort of what we're doing. We're in all of these meetings. We're monitoring the statistics. So is the President of the United States. Rest assured, from the top to right here, he's paying attention to the data and the information that's coming out because he cares about this city and its citizens, and I just want to thank all the law enforcement in this room.
The Guard troops, by the way, will not be armed initially, and they will be in uniform with no masks. Overnight, a couple of jets clipped wings at New York's LaGuardia Airport. One of the planes had just landed on a trip from Charlotte. Another was preparing for takeoff. Here's how it sounded as air traffic control took notice.
And you guys did clip, correct? Yeah, we did. Their right wing clipped our nose in the cockpit. We have damage to our windscreen. We have no injuries.
That sound courtesy of liveatc.net. Now, one flight attendant was injured on the other plane. And shares of Netflix have been falling since Monday after Elon Musk called on his ex-followers to cancel their subscriptions for the health of your kids. Musk growing concerned about cartoons that groom children, like this episode of Transformers Earthspark, available on Netflix.
I know I'm safe when I'm with my friends or other non-binary people.
Non-binary?
People who aren't female or male. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed.
I always knew my pronouns felt right, but what a wonderful word for a wonderful experience.
Oh, yeah. It's not the first time users have called for a boycott of Netflix, though, and there's only been limited long-term financial impact on the company, but investors certainly are watching. This is the latest news. Traffic is coming up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Got a crash involving some injuries. This is in Chestnut Hill on Lafayette Street. I said it right. Lafayette Street at 2nd Avenue. Watch yourself there. A little slow going now. It's just volume delays starting to cook up now. On 24, the westbound side. Looks like things are okay on 40 so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.538 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. All right, I love this. I forgot what I teased for this segment, so let's just run through all the things that I wanted to talk about. We are going to talk about Netflix.
Yeah.
Elon Musk has been telling people to cancel Netflix, and so I'm going to talk about that. But I want to finish up this meme conversation, because the mean memes that are being directed to not only need some audio, not only Hakeem Jeffries, but the entire Democrat Party. If you are watching on YouTube, and I'll describe it for you, you have all of the Democrats now. Ted Cruz posted this. All these Democrats, to the tune of Macarena, they've got the mustache and they've got the sombrero. You've got Senator Gallego, Senator Tim Kaine. You got Elizabeth Warren in here, Senator Shaheen. I mean, it's very funny. And you know what is really funny about this?
The fact that they've got Trump singing the Macarena version.
Votes for me, Joe just be on himself the first.
You know, I didn't actually notice that.
Gonna beat me in November. Donna's gonna make the country better than you can remember. Kamala's never gonna beat me in November. Hey, Macarena.
Kamala's never going to beat me in November. Hey, Macarena. So it's just great. I mean, I could go on, but I mean, I can't. It's like 3 minutes. But they've got, it looks like every single senator, including Bernie Sanders, and they've got the picture of Bernie where he's sitting there with the gloves on, miserable in the cold. Remember that?
Oh, right.
So anyway, it's very funny. So if you want to check that out, I did post that on my Twitter feed, on my X feed at Dan Mandis Show. There's some others as well, and I want to play some of them because Sam has been working very hard to make clean versions of them. Sam, I'm going to need you to explain to me these, because I'm seeing these for the first time. It looks like Donald Trump is flicking the mustache, the Mexican mustache, and he's flicking it off of his face, and it's going to the faces of Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. And then he throws the sombrero, and it hits them. Oh, it's not on. Of course it's not. Oh, you know what? There you go. Oh, and then a bull hits them. So Trump throws the mustache. He also throws the sombrero, and both hit them in the head. Now they're wearing the sombrero, they're dancing, they've got the mustaches. And then a bull comes and runs them over. See, that's funny. That is funny. I love that. You see, people are having fun with this.
Yeah.
And that's what people need to do. They need to actually have fun.
The one I dubbed for you is a play on his speech that he had with all of his fellow Democrats out in front, talking about how upset he was with the memes in the first place.
Oh, is it really? Okay,
someone's dubbed it, and it's even better.
All right, let's play this real quick. This is Hakeem Jeffries, and he's wearing, by the way, the sombrero and, of course, the mustache as well.
I'm not even Mexican. I don't know why President Trump keeps saying that. He needs to say it to my face, Holmes. And while we're at it, I'm getting really tired of all that dollar store Obama shit. It's getting old, homie. My name is not Dollar Store Obama. Okay, pendejo? Órale! Arriba! Arriba!
You've got to laugh.
You know that the
conservative
Hispanics are behind a lot of this stuff.
Oh, sure, because
they're
there's a
playing
lot
on
of
it.
Hispanics who are pro Donald Trump. So the Republicans obviously are having a lot of fun with this, as, by the way, they should, because as J.D. Vance has said, it is all in good fun. And this is something that if the Democrats can't take it, you got to, if you can't stand the heat, stay out of the kitchen, all that kind of stuff. So if the Democrats can't take it, I don't know what to tell them. But when you show weakness, which is exactly what's going on, when you show weakness, then ultimately you are going to encourage this kind of stuff. By the way, I liked what J.D. Vance had to say about all of this because he was asked about the memes, and I'm going to play that for you now. This is J.D. Vance. He randomly showed up at the White House press briefing yesterday. I thought it was interesting. It's like he came in with Caroline Leavitt, and he was talking about, the memes and everything else that is going on. And he thought that it was very funny, and he should, because here's the deal. People are going to keep making fun of you. When I was in school, my dad always said, if you show weakness, the bullies are just going to keep doing it. But I don't think that the Republicans are bullying Hakeem Jeffries. I think that they're just having some fun. That's number one. But number two, I'm sorry. What is worse? They've been calling us fascists for how long? This is J.D. Vance talking about all that.
Oh, I think it's funny. The president's joking, and we're having a good time. You can negotiate in good faith while also poking a little bit of fun at some of the absurdities of the Democrats' positions, and even, poking some fun at the absurdity of the Democrats themselves. I mean, I'll tell Hakeem Jeffries right now, I make this solemn promise to you that if you help us reopen the government, the sombrero memes will stop. And I've talked to the president of the United States about that. Now,
oh, that is so funny. I love it.
He is learning from the Donald Trump School of Comedy.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, let's talk about Netflix real quick, because I'm watching all of this. I know that the Elon Musk has come out now, and he is calling for people to stop watching, stop using Netflix. They have actually, from what I understand, they have been hit really hard, and I mean really hard, with some of these boycotts. And the accusation is, and I've checked out some of these. Go find me on X at Dan Manders Show. But I've checked some of these out, and the accusations do look legit. There's a show called Coco Melon. Now, and Joan, help me out here.
Yeah.
Coco Melon is a show about a family with two dads. And there's a scene where these two dads, they're having their son put on a dress and dance.
Yeah. So he can be himself, as they say.
So he can be himself.
Yeah.
And so that, obviously that is an issue. And let me see if I can.
And this kid's not more than just about walking age.
Oh, yeah. He's
There's
like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
He's like 2 or 3.
Here's another one for you, Dan. This is from the show is called Dead End Paranormal Park.
Okay.
And here's a clip from it.
It's not the park. It's me. I'm trans, Norma. And everyone at school knows, and everyone at home knows. And being here, it's like a whole new place. I can just be Barney. And I can choose if and when I tell people. I've never been happier. And that's saying something when I spent today chased by terrifying zombie mascots.
Yeah, that show is supposed to be geared for 7-year-olds.
Here's another one. Strawberry Shortcake and the Beast of Berry Dog. Shows a boy dancing around in a dress. I've got video here. Shows a boy dancing around in a dress.
It's time for Frightful 101. Welcome to your crash course in holiday self-expression.
You look amazing! But what does this have to do with Frightful?
Hello! Frightful, costumes, dressing up, and your look doesn't need to be scary. See? Honeybee lightly stressed for my fave movie, Breakfast at Mulberry's.
All right, so anyway, you get the idea. The Babysitter's Club, same kind of stuff. Jurassic World Cup Creations? No, Jurassic World Creations, something like that. There's a scene where there's 2 women and they're professing their love for one another. A lot of these are cartoons, by the way. What do you call those, Sam?
Not only that, they kiss.
Oh, do they kiss?
In that scene, yeah.
But they're not like cartoons like we would know them, Joan. They're, what do you call these?
Animated series.
Animated series, thank you. Ridley Jones, you've got a pony struggling with pronouns in this show, Ridley Jones. So, I mean, there's all these shows, and you had a couple that I didn't have, Joan. These were very quick that I grabbed off off Twitter.
Yeah.
And so Elon Musk is now calling for a boycott. And I mean, they have, let me pull up a real quick story because they're losing a lot of subscribers.
It's hilarious. The left wanted to cancel their Disney Plus subscriptions over Jimmy Kimmel's temporary suspension, but then they're going to call us a bunch of bigots because we don't want children watching this kind of crap.
Yeah. Let's see here. This is from Forbes. Elon Musk doubles down on the canceled Netflix calls over trans character and the director's Charlie Kirk post. Now, the director is a guy named, is it Hamish or Hamish? Whatever.
Hamish.
Yeah.
Hamish Steele, and he apparently he had some really nasty tweets about Charlie Kirk's assassination. Now, I don't know exactly what he tweeted. Sam, you have sent this to me.
I sent you a screenshot of one of the things. Of course, Shire Eichik lives with TikTok, gets on it.
Here it is. Why the F are you even commenting on this D head? And I don't know who he's talking to. He says, you sympathy for any of the families being slaughtered by your weapons, but a random Nazi gets shot, and it's a public statement. You are a blanking evil shh. And that guy is creating cartoons for kids for Netflix.
Yeah, in the 7-year-old age range.
So I can see why conservatives would want to boycott Netflix. Does Netflix have anything outwardly, and again, I couldn't tell you the last thing I watched on Netflix, honest to goodness. Do they have anything outwardly conservative, Joan? Maybe super texters can help me out. Is there anything conservative about Netflix? Weren't they doing the documentary on the 2024 Trump presidential campaign? Weren't they doing that?
There is historical, political and historical documentaries. One's called Get Me Roger Stone.
Okay.
One is called Mitt.
Mitt Romney?
Mitt Romney.
Oh, well, that's
not conservative.
I was going to say that's sort of conservative, all kind of adjacent, but not really.
Trump and American Dream, the 4-part British documentary.
So, all right. So,
not really. Yeah.
So here's what I would say about this. It is a parent's responsibility to know what your kids are watching.
Oh, without a doubt.
Like, Sam, you don't have any kids yet, but, I mean, we've got Riker in the house, and I had 2 kids of my own, way back when they're adults now.
Oh.
But, I mean, you've got, and I tell my daughter this all the time. I mean, Jameson just had his first birthday, and I'm telling my daughter, when Jameson starts to get to the age of understanding, and even now, because it seeps in, if they've got the TV on, you got to know what he's watching.
Mm-hmm. I mean, being a internet generation, millennial, whatever you want to say, like, my parents were constantly monitoring what I watched, and, there's the beauty of getting older. When you're watching South Park when you're 12, you just think it's funny, and then, okay, we kind of get to read between the lines when you become an adult.
Right.
But I find it funny, Young Conservative, YAF has here are 7 conservative movies, and I think most of them are on Netflix. Braveheart, The Incredibles, Red Dawn, Heartbreak Ridge, The Dark Knight, American Sniper, 13 Hours, Soldiers Have Been Got. Like, there's nothing that is geared towards, in the way that, content like Charlie Kirk made, things that are explaining, or like Dennis Prager at PragerU, the things that go in depth into the ideology on the right side of the aisle, and unlike these weird kid shows.
So all of that is on Netflix too.
Mm.
All right. So here's my question. You want to do a quick Daily Dan poll? So we know that Netflix does, because you folks know that I don't get excited over boycotts. I just don't. But here's my question. We got all these, pro-trans stuff on these shows on Netflix. You have the nasty tweet from the creator calling Charlie Kirk a Nazi. So you have that, but you've got all of this conservative content as well. So do you boycott Netflix even though there's a lot of conservative or pro-conservative stuff up there as well. I mean, I'm not going to watch kids' shows, but it is, again, up to the parents. It's up to you to make sure you know what they're watching. And by the way, the other weekend, Joan, I was, we were watching Jameson.
Yeah.
My daughter says, if you want him to fall asleep, put this on.
Over the hill and far
Did it put you to sleep, Dan?
It's simple songs.
Yes.
For a 72-hour period, I felt homicidal.
No, I'm sorry. Nothing will ever beat my babysitting days of having to watch Frozen 4 times in a row.
I'm okay with Frozen.
4 times in a row? Every day? For a week?
We watched The Lion King that many times.
Listen, Frozen and Lion King, they're not quite up to the caliber of like War of the Gargantuas, but
only 3 little ducks came.
But well, Jameson's not
It's
old
not
enough
Baby
to
Shark. I mean, come on.
Jameson's not old enough to understand like Frozen. We watch Moana.
Okay.
Oh God, Moana makes me cry every time. Every time.
Seriously?
Oh, goodness gracious, yes. I love Moana.
Yeah, I need live action for tears to be triggered. Like Marley and Me.
Nah, whatever. All right, it's 5:54. We're done.
I'm all of a sudden like 10% more tired.
Yeah, that was a long 72 hours, man. That was a long 72 hours. Anyway, so what are people saying real quick on the super text line? I should say on the Daily Dan poll. Are they saying, yeah, you know what?
79% yes, yeah.
So 79%, and listen, I'm no judgment here. So I'm just really curious. So 79% saying that you would cancel Netflix because of Coco Melon, the Ridley Jones show, the Jurassic World show. There's the Strawberry Shortcake and the Beast of Barry Dog show, the Babysitters Club. They have, what a lot of people, and I would say that those are pro-LGBTQ themes. Clearly, we described all of them and played a little bit too.
Well, and then there was that a few years back, they had that French series about those 10 and 11-year-old gymnasts. And that was the first kind of Netflix boycott of things. It was a bunch of prepubescent girls. Like it was like, I think it was unscripted or maybe it wasn't. And it was just really gross camera work and the things they shot and everything. So they have a history of wanting to be weird sexually with kids.
Fair enough. I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for it. Got to go. Running late, 5:56, and Joan was coming up in the news at 6.
So TDOT wants to bring choice lanes to I-24. We'll tell you what that is and how you can have your say about it coming up in the news here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't have time to play it now, Joan. But apparently there was a moment, you know Joe Scarborough and Mika?
His wife?
Yes.
Yes.
Apparently they got into a little spat on the air.
Oh, yay.
Have you heard this?
No, I haven't.
All right, so I'm going to play it at some point, probably in the 6 o'clock hour. They're talking about the shutdown, and their inquiring minds want to know, is there a reason why they are in different studios? You ever work with a married couple, Joan? I used to.
Yeah.
That is the worst. I used to be a producer like what you do, Sam. I used to work as a producer with a married couple. And I could tell when they were fighting. And oh my goodness gracious, it was like every day. And I was the guy stuck in the middle. So married couples, I'm just telling you, probably should not work together, especially if you're in media when, some of the off-air marital spats end up on the air for all of us to laugh at. So I've got that and a whole lot more straight ahead. Also, great audio, not only, Joan, from Pete Hegseth, but also from Stephen Miller from Memphis yesterday. We've got all of that and a whole lot more straight ahead. It is Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, President Trump's crime crackdown hit Memphis yesterday with the arrival of National Guard troops. And whether they're welcome there depends on who you ask.
I don't think it is a good position to put us in or the government in to have the military come in and use military tactics against its own citizens.
The National Guard are not here to harass law-abiding citizens. They're here to deal with crime and other issues that disrupt the living here in the city of Memphis. And so don't ride dirty.
The troops got a hearty send-off from Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, and White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller yesterday.
Any person living in this city would say, I can't walk down this block by myself, or I can't leave my house at this time of night, or I can't let my kids go to that store or that corner. Are you kidding me? We're going to tell our own families and children where they can and can't go because of what a criminal's going to do? Or our dead bodies are going to live that way anymore.
The tally of arrests now standing at 53. Well, TDOT wants you to bring so-called choice lanes to I-24, and you can have your say about that today.
The proposed project would build new optional choice lanes on approximately 26 miles of I-24 between Nashville and Murfreesboro and Davidson and Rutherford counties.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams there. Those choice lanes would cost more. TDOT says choice lanes would bring increased capacity and improve travel times. Now, there's a meeting at the Southeast Community Center in Antioch at 5:30. This will be the third informational meeting on this. By the way, I-24 is running pretty normally today, but early yesterday morning, you'll remember this, the eastbound side was shut down by a fatal accident. Well, we've got information about it now. Tennessee Highway Patrol saying there was a crash involving a semi-tractor trailer and a car around 2 in the morning. And the accident was blocking 2 lanes. That's when another vehicle driven by 56-year-old Hector Benuelos crashed into the semi. He was killed, and the lanes were opened again around 7:30 yesterday morning. Market numbers report now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures kind of mixed this morning. The Dow futures are down 39, but the NASDAQ futures gaining 89. S&P futures are plus 10. That's the latest news. Stick around for traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, in South Side, there's a crash on 40 westbound at Hermitage Avenue. It's exit 212, and it's on the right shoulder. Careful in that area. Chestnut Hill, they're still working on a crash at Lafayette Street and 2nd Avenue. And Belshire 24 eastbound side, it just went off the screen, so it must not have been all that interesting. So there you go. Traffic starting to build up, the volume starting to build up on the westbound side of 24, all the way back from Laverne up to Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.607 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Coming up, a great rousing speech from Stephen Miller as, of course, federal authorities, federal agencies head to Memphis. We've got that story for you coming up. Joan had some of the great audio. I've got more. That is all straight ahead on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We are, of course, in the midst of day 2 of the shutdown, and I've got great audio coming up as well from Chris Cuomo. Of course, you know, he has been red-pilled. He is a Democrat, but he has been red-pilled, and he is calling out Hakeem Jeffries. And so we've got all of that and a whole lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7. I believe, Joan, that there is trouble in paradise between Joe Scarborough and Mika Brzezinski over there on MSNBC.
Okay, so let us hear it.
Need some video? So they're
Ooh, we get to
talking.
see it too.
They're talking about the shutdown,
Mm-hmm.
and Mika's going off on how the Republicans are lying and the Democrats have to fight back. And I don't know, something sets old Joe off.
Look, I also just don't understand why we're blaming the Democrats for Republicans lying. At the highest level of office, they have the biggest megaphone. They have TV networks that repeat the lies and say things on those networks with no consequence. And the things they say are violent. Okay? So they're not only repeating the lies, but adding to this coarseness.
Yeah. Well, I can't let that go, though. Can somebody please tell me what it is that this is what drives me nuts? When Mika says that what Republicans are saying is violent, what is she talking about?
Well, first of all, they don't believe that that what the Democrats want to do is give illegal aliens free health care. They absolutely, positively don't believe that. So that's the lie.
But see, Republicans have been very clear, and I played the audio on the 5, and I'll play it again here in a little bit. But Republicans have been very clear what Joe Biden did. He imported a whole bunch of illegal aliens through mass parole and amnesty and all those other ways, and then he changed their status to, lawfully here in this country, and that opened the floodgates for all of the medical benefits that they're getting. And so the Republicans in the big, beautiful bill put a stop to that. And they changed their status. They're making sure that they don't get access to all of those health benefits because, let's be honest, I mean, we have in our country, it is a mess as far as when we talk about illegal aliens, whether it is in the states like California or federally, they are able to access these benefits if they are declared lawfully in this country. Now, they are in effect illegal aliens, but what Biden did by changing their status is he wanted to give them as much freebies here in America as they possibly could so that would encourage others to come into our country. Because as Senator Haggerty said the other day, and I've been saying, we've all been talking about this for a long time, the Democrats know that they are losing people from the blue cities and the blue states. You know how many people Memphis lost? Here in the last couple of years, thousands of people have left Memphis over the last couple of years, and not all of them have been murdered. People are just like, all right, we're out. We can't take this anymore. So the Democrats are, as Senator Haggerty says, they are backfilling these cities with illegal aliens, and they deem their status legal so that they can get all of these benefits. Anyway, so that the whole violence argument is just so ridiculous.
And there's no consequence to it. And we're blaming the Democrats? Yeah. We're blaming the Democrats for this. What exactly are the Democrats supposed to do?
You keep repeating. They're supposed to fight back.
Yes.
They're supposed to know.
Unfortunately, this is such a visual. You hear they're in separate studios, but Scarborough starts yelling at his wife. And when this is going on, you can see Mika start to roll her eyes. And I don't know if Joe can see that, because sometimes you can't see the other people. You can't see a screen. It's just audio. Mm-hmm. But she starts rolling her eyes.
We're blaming the Democrats? Yeah. We're blaming the Democrats for this. What exactly are the Democrats supposed to do?
You keep repeating. They're supposed to fight back.
Yes.
They're supposed to know. They're
and
supposed
lie
to
as
do
well?
what
exactly?
No. Bill Clinton just completely abused and used Republicans in every government shutdown. I know, I was there. He was smart enough politically to do it. Barack Obama knew how to always get the best of Republicans.
And now Mika has her arms folded, which, guys, Sam, back me up on this. When the wife or the girlfriend has the arms folded, you know that it is definitely going to be even more of a communication breakdown.
Mine puts her hands on her hips.
Oh, does she?
Yeah.
Hands on hips? That's also not a good sign. Mm-hmm. Joan, what do you do when you're done listening to your husband? You just throw something at him? Is that what you do?
You assume she listened in the first place.
Thank you.
Wow. Moving right along.
All right, we're not blaming Democrats for Republicans' lies. We're saying the Democrats at some point have to figure out how to answer those lies. And that's not whining. The whining comes from Democratic leaders that still don't have an answer to Republican lies 10 years into Donald Trump's terms.
Jen, how do we answer?
Wow. I mean, you could tell. You could tell that, Mika there wasn't playing. And they don't, here's the deal. They don't have an answer. They don't have an answer. Do you know why they don't have an answer? They don't have an answer. The Democrats don't have an answer because there is, and we talked about this yesterday. I don't need to find the audio yet again. But when Kamala Harris was running for the presidency, how many videos were out there of her saying that, oh, yes, illegal aliens should be getting health care benefits? When in that debate, 2019, Democrat primary debate, who on this stage with all the Democrats that were running for president, does your policy, does your platform call for illegal aliens to get health care, government-funded health care? Every single one of them raised up their hands. So I don't know why it is that you've got people. I mean, this is their platform.
Right. This is
their platform. This is what they've been saying for a long time. So I'm having a hard time understanding why exactly it is that they're out there saying that they're not for this when clearly not only they are for it, but they've been advocating for it for a long time. I've got some great audio from House Speaker Mike Johnson coming up next. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it is going to be a nice day today again, partly sunny and warm. High of 86, feeling like 89. Same as yesterday. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So this is House Speaker Mike Johnson, and he was on with George Stephanopoulos, and he is explaining the Republicans' position on this.
It does, actually, because what it does is it unwinds the changes that Republicans put into the big, beautiful bill, the big signature legislation that we passed and signed into law on July 4th. That has been very successful in shoring up Medicaid for the people who are actually eligible to receive it. What we did in the bill, and the CBO just verified this 3 weeks ago, the Congressional Budget Office, the nonpartisan arbiters of everything up here, they said that those provisions have helped to reduce premiums. Why? Because we got ineligible recipients off of Medicaid, illegal aliens, and able-bodied young men who are riding the wagon who are not eligible to be there. Medicaid is intended for specific populations of U.S. citizens. That is young, pregnant women who are down on their luck, the disabled. The changes that Republicans put into the big...
Yep, I mean, he's absolutely right. And when you talk about the changes that the big, beautiful bill did, that was what it did. It unwound what Joe Biden did in changing the status, not only of all of those illegal aliens so that they could get benefits, but also, as Mike Johnson says, those, young 20-somethings that could and should be out working, but unfortunately, for whatever reason, they refuse to. Do you know who I think about when they, and I know this is kind of silly, but do you know who I think about when I hear Mike Johnson talking about, these guys that should be out there working, but they're not? Keith Olbermann. And the reason I say that is because he apparently still lives with his mother, and he's not doing anything, and the dude is unhinged. There's a lot of people, and I doubt that he's on government benefits, but I think about people that young men, and that's who Mike Johnson is talking about, young men who failure to launch. That's what it's called. Failure to launch, where they spent...
The McConaughey movie?
I don't know about that. I didn't see that. But failure to launch is a young person who just doesn't get out into the workforce, doesn't get a job, doesn't get benefits, does not grow up. And that's what Speaker Mike Johnson is talking about. He's talking about those guys that could be out working, but they refuse to.
For specific populations of U.S. citizens, that is young, pregnant women who are down on their luck, the disabled and the elderly, those resources are being drained from those folks, and so we fixed that. We reduced fraud, waste, and abuse in the program. Chuck Schumer's counterproposal on the CR would reverse that. That is a simple fact.
Listen, Mike Johnson sounds like he's spot on. It sounds like he is red-pilling George Stephanopoulos. And so I don't know if there are differences in how people are interpreting what's going on with this whole illegal alien thing. You heard Mika Brzezinski talk about how, the Republicans are lying because that's not what Democrats want. Democrats don't want illegal aliens to be getting, these government benefits when, clearly anybody who knows anything about the Democrat Party knows that's what they want. That's what they have been advocating for quite some time. Now, the other part of this is the continuing resolution. Now, we all know, and again, just talking about, in my opinion, lying, where you have the Democrats who are trying to say, this continuing resolution, this is not just a continuation of what was going on before. And the Democrats are just all wrapped up in knots trying to say that the Republicans are trying to pull a fast one. Chris Cuomo, who is a red-pilled Democrat, y'all know, Chris Cuomo, a red-pilled Democrat, is calling out Hakeem Jeffries. Because, all day yesterday we played audio of Hakeem Jeffries trying to say that the continuing resolution that the Republicans have put forward to keep the government open is not the same as the last one. All right? Don't take my word for it. How about Chris Cuomo?
What you are about to hear from the Democrats is not true.
The Republican partisan spending bill that they introduced is not clean. Well, first of all, let's be clear. It's not a clean bill. It's a dirty bill. Well, that's all a lie. It's not a clean continuing resolution.
Listen, I like Hakeem Jeffries. I think he's got an amazing future. He's got better fights than this. This is a clean CR.
Boom.
What does that mean, by the way? Continuing resolution. Instead of passing a real budget like they should, this just says, hey, remember the last one? Let's just continue at those levels again. all right? A clean CR means that this is an extension from the last set of, in this case, Biden's spending levels.
And remember, it's only supposed to be for 7 weeks. It's only supposed to be for 7 weeks. But the Democrats, Chuck Schumer and the Democrats, trying to make political points, political hay out of this, because all Mike Johnson wants to do, all the Democrats want to do is continue negotiating.
Okay? That's what a clean CR is. This is a clean CR. Wait a minute. Cuomo disagrees with Jeffries. Jeffries must be right. Don't take my word. Take the word from the nonpartisan committee for a responsible federal budget. They say this is about as clean a CR as you could get.
There you go.
How about taking this guy's word?
Allowing Donald Trump to take even much more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option. I believe it is my job to make the best choice for the country, to minimize the harms to the American people.
That, by the way, this is Chuck Schumer back in March of 2025 voting on this same budget. And this is what the Republicans want to continue. I mean, if you're stunned, you shouldn't be if you know anything about the Democrats and how they go about things.
Therefore, I will vote to keep the government open and not shut it down.
And that CR he voted for is the same as this one. So what changed? AOC eyeing his Senate seat.
There you go. I mean, he's right. I mean, Chris Cuomo basically saying a lot of the stuff that, I've been saying for the last, I don't know how long. But Chuck Schumer is in trouble of losing his Senate seat. He is up for re-election coming up here in, I think, what did we decide? Sam, is it 3 years? 2028? Okay, yeah. A couple of years. So, I mean, Schumer knows. And, dude, how old is Chuck Schumer, man? He's like 74?
Yep.
So, I mean, can you imagine at the age of 74, in 3 years from now, you're worried about losing your re-election? It's like, you listen to him, and I love Chuck Grassley, but, man, some of these guys, they do need to retire.
He's not a good-looking 74 either. He's 74 looking 80.
Who we talk about? Schumer,
yeah,
Grassley?
Schumer.
Okay, very good. So anyway.
He's all wrinkly.
Schumer?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Dunk him in a tub of retinol.
Wow, see, now that is violent. Like, those words were violent, Sam. I find
it would improve his goblin-like features.
You know what we ought to do? Who would make, remember yesterday we were talking about Maxine Waters and how she would make a great Halloween inflatable? What Democrat would make the best Halloween inflatable? Maxine Waters? Let's just talk about this. Maxine Waters. You've got Chuck Schumer.
Pelosi.
Nancy Pelosi.
Biden.
You know who I think?
Biden. Oh, my goodness.
Or, I mean, you imagine being trapped in a haunted house full of Kamala's cackling?
Oof.
You could make, you know what you could do? You could make a haunted house out of all of these reprobates from the Democrat Party, right? We just named like 5 or 6 just off the top of our heads.
You'd have a don't walk under Joe Biden because you'll get sniffed on the head.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about Steve Cohen, Tennessee's own Steve Cohen? Like,
oh, yeah.
There's something about, like...
Oh, he's creepy as all get out.
Yeah, he would make a good, like, clown creepy kind of character.
Oh, yeah. Well, I've always said Steve Cohen looks like the creature from the Black Lagoon. Prove me wrong.
So when it comes to clowns, though, I mean, all Justin Pearson would have to do is dye his afro.
So what you could do with Joe Biden, you could exaggerate his nose, right? Make his nose really big for 2 reasons. Number 1, because he's a serial sniffer. And number 2, because he always lies. Who was it that the nose went long when they lied? Was that?
Come on. You know it.
It was Geppetto, but then...
Pinocchio?
Pinocchio. Yeah. So, Joe Biden, you could have a Pinocchio-looking Joe Biden. Again, for 2 reasons. 1, because he's a serial sniffer. And the other is that he is a serial liar as well. Boy, am I late. Was that worth it? 6:25. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Well, this is Yom Kippur, and there has been an attack at a synagogue in London this morning. I'll have details of that coming up here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 6:25, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mendes here with a great way to increase the value of your home. How about a bathroom upgrade from my friends at Zentex? Now, this is a great company that has a great deal just for listeners to my show. Stay tuned. Now, how about converting your bathtub into a walk-in shower? Now, they can do that, and for listeners to my show, you can get $999 off or 0% interest for 2 years, whatever works best for you. This is, again, why I love Zintex. Now, they have won awards for ethics from the Better Business Bureau, and last year, Zintex, they were voted one of the best places to work in the construction industry. And happy employees, of course, mean great customer service. Now, remember that great deal with Zintex. You can get $999 off or 0% interest for 2 years, whatever works best for you. And by the way, you mentioned WTN. You get a free Kohler toilet with your purchase. Find them online, Zintex.com, Zintex, Zintex.com. That's Zintex.com. Dan Mandis here, 627 on Nashville's Morning News. You know, last week I was talking about the AccuShoot LFX system. Even went down to try it out. It was phenomenal. You can check out the video, by the way, on my Facebook page. Well, on Saturday, AccuShoot LFX held their first international shooting competition, and the Glock store was one of 5 teams competing, not from around America, but from around the world. Now, personally, I was not surprised that my buddy Mitch Young, Glock Store's range and training manager, he won first place. I've seen him shoot. He is amazing. And again, he was my first trainer. Congratulations to Mitch Young. What did surprise me was that Mitch's teammate, a guy named David, who just started training with Mitch and his crew a little over a month ago, came in 3rd place worldwide. Now, that does say a lot about the training at the Glock store. It is incredible. Now, this is a place you want to check out for your own training. This is where I trained and buy my guns and my ammo. All of this at my two-way store, the Glock store. It is the kind of training that you want. There's only one place to get this kind of training. The incomparable Shoot 270 indoor ranges at the Glock store, minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere.
Good morning. It is now 6:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Well, the talk of the day in regards to the shutdown is about federal workers being fired. Here's ABC's Jay O'Brien.
The White House is creating almost this third group. They're saying that of the furloughed employees, in the next 1 or 2 days, according to what Russ Vought, the head of the Office of Management and Budget, told congressional Republicans, they're going to start to fire some of those and try to make good on some of those additional DOGE cuts that we saw the administration begin to execute in the early months of the Trump administration.
Now, as for the shutdown, there won't be any votes today. D.C. is closed down in observance of Yom Kippur. So the next vote could come tomorrow at the earliest. Now, a terror attack on this Yom Kippur in London. Prime Minister Keir Starmer saying that it's a two-pronged attack in which 4 people were injured in a car ramming and a shooting outside of a synagogue.
I'm already able to say that additional police assets are being deployed to synagogues across the country, and we will do everything to keep our Jewish community safe.
Early reports say there was just one attacker, and that person has been shot to death by police. And John Bon Jovi is checking out of Nashville. The rocker is selling his Broadway bar, which is, by the way, the tallest bar on Nashville's Lower Broadway at 5 stories. It's the second largest venue on the Strip. The building has 2 entrances, one on Broadway, the other on 4th Avenue, and 2 fifth-story rooftop decks. I'm reading that it only opened this spring. Not sure if that's true or not, but by the way,
it's new.
It's new?
Yeah.
So they only open in spring and they're already selling.
So can I tell? I can't do it now. Okay. I'm going to tell my John Bon Jovi Broadway bar story coming up.
Okay.
Because I have a feeling I know why it closed.
Oh,
actually.
Interesting. Okay, well, if you've got the cash, and I feel like, Dan, if you search around on the sofa, you might find enough. It's going to set you back $130 million. Yeah. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:33, Nashville's Morning News. Dan Matt is here for Contours. Listen, the holidays, hard to believe, but the holidays are coming up. And if you're going to see friends or family, you got people coming in, and you're not real confident in how you're looking these days, check out my friends at Contours. And right now, they are offering you a great deal on their Belly Buster specials. They're really known for these Belly Buster specials. Now, what are they? Well, it's cutting-edge technology. It takes advantage of Contour's red light technology, and it is unique. It is effective. Most folks lose a couple of inches across the middle. Check them out online. It is ContoursLLC.com, and you'll find out how these Belly Buster specials work. I love them. Whole bunch of people here in Middle Tennessee also love them, and they've been going back time and again to check out these Belly Buster specials. Now, if you want to get one, you can. Call this number right now for $99. You can get a Belly Buster special for the first 10 callers, 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. First 10 callers right now gets a Belly Buster special for just $99. Find them online. Again, it's ContoursLLC.com, 615-236-9960. For Contours, all you've got to lose is inches. Dan Mattis here from Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, listen, they are the #1 most reviewed real estate company in America. They've got over 13,000 5-star reviews. You can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and, yes, for maximum profit. You know, I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate here in Nashville. I can trust that they are going to sell your home hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, they call that the Mark Spain Guaranteed Offer. Mark Spain Real Estate has been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years with the Guaranteed Offer, and they have served over 72,000 satisfied clients. You want to check these folks out today, Mark Spain Real Estate. You know, you may have found your dream home, and you need to get out of your current home quickly in order to get into that dream home. Mark Spain Real Estate can help you move when you want to move with that Guaranteed Offer. Call them, 855-299-SOLD. It's Mark Spain Real Estate, 855-299-SOLD. If you want to find them online, you can get that Guaranteed Offer on your home today. There is no obligation. It's markspain.com. That's markspain.com, and start packing.
Okay, got to watch it on 24 westbound in Laverne, just past Old Hickory Boulevard South. You've got a crash that's on the right shoulder, and it's blocked off there. The eastbound lanes of 24, this is in Talbot's Corner. Before I-65, you've got a crash, and the right lane is taken out by that one. South side, 40, westbound at Hermitage Avenue, exit 212, a crash on the right shoulder. And in Belshire this morning, 24, eastbound on-ramp from westbound Briley Parkway North. There was an earlier car fire in that spot, and the on-ramp right shoulder has been blocked off by it. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you are doing well. My John Bon Jovi's got a bar story. And why I believe and why I believe that they weren't getting good business. So I went to Blake Shelton's place. What's it called?
Old Red.
Old Red. So I went to Blake Shelton's place, Old Red. Had a great time, man. You go into Old Red, and by the way, I wholeheartedly recommend this place because if you want to go, it is a lot of fun. So you go into Old Red, and I went up to the top floor. The lovely Amy and I went up to the top floor and had a great time. Across the street, and this place, Old Red, is just packed, Joan. I look across the street, and there's John Bon Jovi's bar.
Yeah.
And you've got some guard-like dude trying to usher people in. Like, come on in, man. We got plenty of tables.
Oh.
And, I mean, nobody was going in.
Yeah.
And so I think that Bon Jovi, what he was trying to do was he was trying to, I don't know, tap into a rock vibe down on Broadway that just isn't there.
Oh, I see. He
yeah,
thought
like,
just his name, John Bon Jovi, would attract.
He thought that it would, but clearly it didn't. You know, I don't think it has anything to do with his politics, although I'm no fan of his politics. But personally, I just think that people weren't interested in going. It sounds like a really good bar. But I saw person after person after person just walk by that dude trying to usher people into his bar.
Wow.
Yeah, and here's the funny thing. I actually like some of Bon Jovi's music.
Yeah.
And you know, whatever. You know, it goes back to my teenage years and my early 20 years. Some of my favorite songs are by Bon Jovi. But I have no interest in going to his bar. If I'm going to go downtown where they celebrate country music, I'm going to go to Morgan Wallen's place. I'm going to go to Blake Shelton's place. I love Old Red. That's Amy and I are trying to figure out a time to go back to Old Red, as a matter of fact. Kid Rock's place is incredible. So I don't know. I just think that John Bon Jovi, I don't think he screams Nashville. Like, you know what John Bon Jovi screams? New Jersey.
New Jersey.
No offense, Joan.
I take no offense.
New Jersey smells like a sewer.
Stop it. North Jersey smells like a sewer.
Yeah, isn't
yeah, but what if the wind blows south?
No.
Joan?
We have the
happens.
ocean breezes.
Which
happen.
part of Jersey's got the farms?
South Jersey.
Yeah, that's what they make some crazy good chocolate milk.
Yes.
Anyway, so I think that's
Do
why.
you remember last year when John Bon Jovi rescued the woman off the bridge?
Yeah,
The pedestrian bridge.
See, I don't think John Bon Jovi's a bad guy. I know that you mentioned John Bon Jovi and it like triggers some conservatives. I don't care about his politics. Everybody in this, I think he's misguided.
Right.
But everybody is allowed to have their own political beliefs, obviously. But I don't think that he's a bad guy. I don't think that he's, he's a rocker, and there's the conversation about how he, stepped out on his wife and those kind of things. But I mean, not excusing that, but I'm just saying that he's got that store in, I think it's New Jersey, where people can go. It's like socialism, right? People go in and they just pay what they want and help for homeless. He does all kinds of charitable things. It's all fine, whatever. But I just don't think that people are going to his bar because he doesn't personify Nashville like those names that I just mentioned. Kid Rock or Blake Shelton or Morgan Wallen or any of the other. I don't even know what the bar. I never go downtown. But I think there's a lot of people. What are you laughing at, Sam?
Just, mid-sentence contradiction of listing off bars and then saying that you don't go downtown. I mean,
it's actually kind of funny because I've been to Kid Rock's, I've been to Morgan Wallen's, and I've been to All Red.
Yeah.
And I was at another place that I can't remember what the name of it is. So I've been down there like 4 or 5 times.
I despise downtown.
Okay. Well, most people who live here do.
Yeah. It's actually the way it's shifted over the years. It's appalling. It's gross. Your natives are going to be found at the dive bars on the outskirts of town.
You ever been to the Nail Bar? Is it the Nail? The Rusty Nail. The Rusty Nail. You ever been to the Rusty Nail in Hermitage?
No, but I've heard of it.
I love the Rusty Nail. I've been there a few times. Amy and I have been there a few times. That's what you're talking about. That's like one of those divey, bar-y kind of places.
Just
really
a
cool.
little bit more remote than that, though, and I'm not going to give my spot away. But
all right. Hey, you know what?
I'll invite you sometime.
No matter how bad you believe that Nashville is, at least we're not Memphis.
That's true.
That's got to be, Joan, that's got to be our logo. Nashville. At least we're not Memphis.
That's a beautiful.
You think they'd go for that?
Yeah.
All right.
Nashville, at least you don't need a bulletproof vest.
I really love, there's a lot of, right, Joan?
Yeah.
A lot of us might disagree with you on that one. Stephen Miller, though, was out there talking to the federal authorities, the law enforcement that are there trying to clean up the streets of Memphis. And he gave a pep talk that was one for the ages.
To the Memphis Police Department, to the officers that I see sitting in front of me, we are about to provide you with a level of support you cannot even imagine. This isn't just a task force. This is a all-of-government unlimited support operation. ATF, DEA, FBI, ICE, Department of War, every resource we have. And they're not going to be sitting behind a desk at a keyboard. We are sending in real cops with guns and badges to go out with you on the street every single night making arrests.
There you go, Stephen Miller. Oh, he had a lot more to say, but, this has to be music to the ears of all the cops in the room because he's talking to law enforcement. Given what they've been through with the soft on crime policies of one Steve Mulroy, the local DA there, we've talked about him, and the judges in Shelby County as well. I'm not even sure. Joan, do we even know is the National Guard there yet?
Oh, they are, yeah.
Are they there? Because I keep seeing contradictory stories.
They are there now.
Okay.
And that's why the rollout of Pam Bondi and Pete Hegseth yesterday.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. But they're still unarmed.
Correct. I saw my first article that said, and it was from WREG television.
Yep, I know what you're talking about.
That finally said, initially, they'll be without guns.
Mm-hmm.
So, there's that phase-in thing that they'll use. And they'll be able to say, hey, this violent thing happened over here, and our National Guardsmen were put at risk.
They need to justify the use of firearms.
Apparently
You're going. This is the bass-backwards thinking.
Yeah.
And by the way, I think I read somewhere where this is what drives me crazy. I read somewhere where the local authorities there in Memphis have to literally approve the National Guard and the federal agencies of using firearms. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. I read it, I think, in one or two places, but then other places kind of contradicted it. So I don't really know. Bottom line is, if that is true, you're going into one of the most dangerous cities in America. I think that in and of itself justifies being able to use firearms and having your riot gear and whatever else that they need, anything that they need to stay safe. More from Stephen Miller is coming up next. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. .646 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. As far as your weather goes, partly sunny today, warm, high of 86. Feeling like 89. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So, Stephen Miller, you had Pam Bondi, you had Pete Hegseth out there as well. All of them gave great speeches. Stephen Miller seems to be the one that is getting all the attention.
These are people who have taken down drug cartels, kingpins, the worst criminal offenders in the United States, standing with you shoulder to shoulder to shoulder. All we ask from you is to show up at roll call every single night with your brothers and sisters in the federal government and to go out and get the criminals off the street. And if you do that, I pledge to you, we will liberate this city from the criminal element that has plagued it for generations.
Well, we all know that Memphis, and there's a lot of cultural issues there as well. I don't need to harp on that again. Governor Lee posting that he was grateful to meet with Pam Bondi, Pete Hegseth, and Stephen Miller, of course. He has also said in the past that he is grateful to the Trump administration for ensuring they have every resource at their disposal to fight crime, which I find interesting because how long has Governor Lee been governor? 6 years, right? Has it been 6 years? About 6 years? Whatever. He's had all this time as Memphis has been spiraling out of control. Memphis has had a lot of challenges for a lot of years. Let's just say that. Memphis has had a lot of challenges for a lot of years. And so former Governor Haslam could have brought in the National Guard. Governor Lee could have brought in the National Guard. But I think now that it's in the headlines and now that it is a topic of conversation, now he has decided to do it as he is on his way out the door. I think it's a shame because, you know, we always talk about leaders and how leaders are supposed to lead. And I think that Governor Lee very well could have started fixing Memphis a long time ago. But again, it is only now that he has decided to start.
This is not just a strategy shift. This is an attitude shift. We are not going to live in an environment anywhere where there is a street that belongs to a criminal, where there is a neighborhood that belongs to a gang, where there is any physical space anywhere that belongs to anyone other than the law-abiding citizens and families of Memphis. The idea that there is a square inch of block in this city where a citizen doesn't feel safe is unacceptable. This is Memphis. This is the United States of America, and all that bullshit is done. It's over. It's finished.
Yeah, that is Stephen Miller. And by the way, he did say the BS word right there. He said all of that bullshit is finished. Now, the obvious question, what happens when they all leave? But beyond that, what happens when they get arrested? So you're going to have the National Guard, and you're going to have all these folks, these law enforcement agencies. At some point, they're going to have to leave. What happens then? And again, what happens when these bad guys get arrested? Well, here's the deal, and that's why Pam Bondi is out there, and that's what Joan and I were talking about. If they can bust them on federal charges, and that's what Senator Haggerty and I were talking about, if they can bust these guys on federal charges, then they will be charged federally. And that means that they'll be in a federal prison. They'll see some very real consequences as opposed to the judges and the DAs that don't file charges. And so part of what I think what's going on, I mean, this is common sense, isn't it, Joan? I think what's going on in Memphis, it's being looked at as a test case or a blueprint for America. D.C. was the launch, but that is different because D.C. is essentially run by the federal government at the federal level. But Memphis obviously is run by a state. Mm-hmm. So I think that this is President Trump and Pete Hegseth and Stephen Miller and Pam Bondi, the Trump administration. They had to pick a city. It is interesting. They had to pick a city where the National Guard and all these other agencies could go in and start cracking skulls and show the rest of these cities across America, these blue cities, how much better their cities can be. Now, here's the thing. If people in Memphis with the National Guard there see, just like they did in Washington, D.C., they see how much better the streets are. You know what? They very well, the people that live in Memphis who are always voting for the Democrat mayors and the Democrat sheriffs and the Democrat DAs, they may see, you know what? Republicans may be onto something because we can walk around on a Saturday night. We can walk around on a Friday night without fear of getting, shot to death. So this is going to be a test case for the entire country. Pretty soon, at least I hope, we'll see videos of people that are taking to the streets of Memphis, thanking law enforcement like we have seen in Washington, D.C. I think that would be a great thing because that would once again prove that President Trump was correct in all of this. By the way, did you see the I know, Joan, that you don't necessarily like CNN, but CNN was doing a hit. This is one of those moments you really should be watching WTN TV. Guy is doing a hit live on CNN.
FBI, it's been an alphabet soup of law enforcement as we've seen them get ready and go out. And
a guy photobombs. In the background, he's got a big sign that says...
Yes, I did see this.
That says, Democrats destroyed Memphis.
Yes.
He's just like total photobombing or, sign bombing this live hit on CNN. And actually, the reporter took it in stride.
Make runs throughout the day. We know more than 50 arrests were made just last night.
Yes.
20 guns taken off the street in the last 48 hours.
He turns around.
You see people like this who behind.
Now, the funny thing is, they tried to cut away. They tried to cut away from the guy with the sign blaming Democrats for all the problems in Memphis. And the reporter, I love that he takes it all in stride. The reporter, as they turn away, as they cut away from him to some Memphis B-roll, he goes to the guy.
With this sign, he has it on both sides. If you can flip it around and show what he's saying,
he tells the guy to flip his sign around.
Hoping that this action by Trump.
And it says, "Thank you, President Trump." So on one side of his sign, he said, Democrats destroyed Memphis. On the other side of the sign, it says, "Thank you, President Trump."
Will help make this city safer. Take a listen to a man that we talked to in a neighborhood that basically says he welcomes the idea of this federal action.
Yeah, and they go to the interview of the guy who is saying, you know what? I'm glad they're here.
You imagine the conversation at the print shop? I need it double-sided. I need one side to say Democrats destroyed Memphis and the other one to thank Trump for it. And I need it quickly. The guy's over there from CNN. I gotta go bomb his set.
Do you know what I love about this too? And that's a great point. The quality of the sign, Joan and Sam. The quality of the sign is actually really good.
Yeah.
You see some of these paid protesters that, they'll write in with an ink pen, down with fascism on an 8.5 by 11. Is that what this is? Is this 8.5 by 11? Whatever this piece of
8
paper
by
is?
11.5.
Whatever. So, standard piece of paper that says down with fascism. This dude's got a really good sign. He's, got different messages on both sides. I love it.
Yeah, it's not like a cardboard box that's been ripped up and drawn on with Sharpie. And for whatever reason, when they use Sharpie on cardboard, it just looks like a caveman charcoal drawing.
Yes, that. Well, you know what? Clearly, the Democrat protesters, they're not getting paid nearly enough. Although, from what I understand, you can make a lot of money protesting. Some people just fly around the region or drive around the region making money protesting. It is the easiest money ever.
You can watch your clock, your watch. They arrive 1 hour, and then right at the top of the next hour, they're out of there.
And Joan, you can get your steps in.
Yeah, true.
All right, Joan, what's coming up?
President Trump may be ready to reshape the government now, helped along by the shutdown. Also, Burlington is opening some new stores, and one of them is right here in Antioch. That and more coming up here at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Think of Joan, 6:55. It is a spooky season, but don't be tricked. Let the home experts at Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling treat your family right. Now, they're not going to ghost you. Join the Beehive Club for free right now. All you got to do is carve a pumpkin of Buzz the Bee, post it on social media, and tag Busy Bee. That's all you've got to do. Now, show off your carving skills and get rewarded. Now, if you need HVAC service, you can upgrade your thermostat and get a free dryer vent cleaning courtesy of Busy Bee. Choose from our Honeywell Basic or Go Pro with Wi-Fi control. Plumbing problems, they can help you with that as well. We'll flush your water heater free with any plumbing repair. That is a treat for your pipes. Time for new HVAC system. Well, they've got a scary good deal for you. A free 10-year parts and 5-year labor warranty. That is a $750 value with Busy Bee. That, by the way, is complete with any system install. Don't let your home be haunted. Call Busy Bee today, where service is sweet and savings are scary good. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them at 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833. Find them online, busybeehvac.com. Why am I so happy and so excited that Jimmy Kimmel lied to his audience?
He had some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points.
I'm excited because the liberal and the legacy media have been lying about Republicans for years, and people like this are finally taking notice.
I didn't think much of the death because from what I had heard, Charlie Kirk had been a neo-Nazi who wanted me to be dead. He didn't support my existence and whatnot. And now I'm kind of sitting here thinking, and I'm like, I feel like I had been lied to. I really took some time after the, thing happened to kind of look into his videos, look into his beliefs, look into his thoughts and who he was as a person. And to me, he seemed like a well-mannered family man. He believed in the country. He believed in the greater good of the country. He had his own political beliefs and opinions. And sure, there's a lot of things that I don't agree with him on, but I never would stand for him dying or being murdered because of his beliefs. And I think I may be starting to lean a lot farther right in response to everything that's taken place.
Good morning. It's 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we begin with the government shutdown, where layoffs are expected to begin later this week. That's according to White House Budget Director Russ Vought. Now, the Wall Street Journal says he didn't say how many cuts there would be, but one House Republican has called them consequential. Meantime, there's no chance that a shutdown will end today. NBC's Bianchi.
While lawmakers will be in Washington Thursday, Capitol Hill was already planned to be fairly quiet in observance of Yom Kippur, according to Senate Majority Leader John Thune. The Senate holds their next vote Friday afternoon.
In other news, United States Attorney General Pam Bondi and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth arriving in Memphis yesterday to meet with Tennessee officials just as National Guard troops begin stepping foot on city streets.
If you touch a police officer, you will be arrested. If you touch a federal police officer, it will be assaulting a federal officer. We're going to do everything we can to protect you so you can protect the citizens of Memphis. Thank you for what you do. Thank you for wearing the badge. We all care deeply about what you do, and we're here to help you and to have your backs like you always have ours.
Now, if you're keeping count, the task force is credited now with 53 arrests, confiscating 20 illegal firearms, locating a missing juvenile, and recovering a gun from a murder suspect's home. I want to let you know that a second person has now died in a car ramming and shooting attack in London. This happened this morning outside of a synagogue, and it comes as Jews around the world are observing Yom Kippur. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Equities traders seemed unfazed by the budget impasse in Washington. The Dow Jones rose 44 points Wednesday to close at 46,441. The S&P gained 0.33%. The Nasdaq 0.4. Both of those indexes closing at new record highs. Strong demand for SUVs and electric vehicles drove a nearly 8% rise in sales at General Motors in the third quarter. The automaker sold over 710,000 vehicles in the July to September period. General Mills is working to, in its words, streamline the company's supply chain. As part of that effort, it'll close 3 facilities in Missouri, one that makes pizza crust in St. Charles, the other 2 produce pet food in Joplin. Meanwhile, Burlington, formerly Burlington Coat Factory, will open more than 50 stores in 24 states in Puerto Rico this month and next. The retailer already operates more than 1,000 locations coast to coast. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
And by the way, one of those new Burlington locations is in Antioch. It'll be on Hickory Hollow Parkway, and it opens on October 17th. Dow futures right now pointing down 32. The NASDAQ futures gaining 126. And the S&P futures, they're up 16. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, you've got a problem on 440 westbound. A crash blocks the left shoulder right at I-24 exit 7. Also, a crash in East Bank on Spring Street at North 1st Street. Delays on 24 all the way back through Smyrna. Now it's pretty slow on westbound 24. Same on 40 heading in. It's very slow this morning for a long stretch as you make your way in. And you've got delays as well on 24, the eastbound side to the north of the city, leading up to the merge with 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, so I've got a great idea for a Halloween costume, Joan and Sam. A great idea for a Halloween costume.
Mm-hmm.
You need a costume of Hakeem Jeffries, and then you need the sombrero and the mustache.
Oh, yeah.
So that's got to be, right? That has got to be the costume for Halloween of 2025.
Well, then you need like a boombox playing mariachi tunes.
Then you need to carry around the boombox with the mariachi tunes. That's exactly, by the way, I think calling it, no. I was going to say it's racist if you call it a ghetto blaster.
Or a ghetto box.
Or ghetto box.
Yeah.
Yes. Which people used to call it that all the time. Then suddenly, I don't want to get mired into all that.
You racist.
Was it racist that I'm saying that maybe that would be a great Halloween costume?
It's racist that you suggest we wear sombreros, mister.
And the mustache.
And the mustache.
And the black mustache. Yeah. And we did have some fun earlier, and then I'm going to get to some news. We did have some fun earlier because we were talking about how yesterday we're talking about how we needed a Maxine Waters Halloween inflatable for, my front lawn. Because I've actually got room for one more inflatable. Believe it or not, I'm going to the home store after today.
Oh, no.
But then we started talking earlier about all the really scary Democrats that they look scary. And the super text line, as the super text line does, just jumps right in with all of these very scary looking Democrats. Like, for example, do you know who would look like a really good Wicked Witch of the West? AOC. Like just her physical features, she looks like she would make a good, it's a caricature, right?
Yeah.
So if you want, weird looking Democrats and you want to have them as your inflatables in your front lawn, AOC as a witch would be good. You have Joe Biden with a big nose because he likes to sniff and he likes to lie. Pinocchio, right? So the big nose. Should you have him naked because he liked to swim naked? Would a naked Joe Biden inflate? No? Okay. I know people are eating. You'll notice that Joan suddenly is quiet, right? Suddenly Joan is just, gotta go to the kitchen.
And when I figured it out, somebody put it on the super text line. When Joe Biden used to swim naked, and according to Ron Klain, in his book, he said that he would swim naked and make all the female Secret Service agents like blush and run away. Mm-hmm. They would call him Cobra when it was.
They would call him what?
Cobra. That was how they would phone in and say Cobra, Cobra.
Okay.
Because they knew.
No, I got it.
Joe Biden was swimming naked.
Naked.
What was the radio signal for when he allegedly soiled himself in the Vatican?
Poopy pants.
Give me a break.
Anyway, not to go from silly to stupid.
Yeah.
Or whatever, silly and stupid to serious news. The Manchester synagogue terrorist you've been talking about.
Yes.
I don't know all the details you have. I think you're as up to date as I am, I believe. The Daily Mail and others reporting that he was wearing a suicide belt, a suspected suicide belt. 2 people are dead before being shot by police. They've got a picture of the guy. He's got a really dark beard. Looks kind of longish, but not really long. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like bushy. and shaved head. And I'm looking for, and it is, the holiest of days, I guess, Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur.
Yom Kippur.
Yes. And the holiest day in the Jewish calendar. And lo and behold, a synagogue is attacked. So I'm looking for, let's all be honest, everybody's thinking the same thing. Did the guy yell Allah Akbar, right? I mean, that's what people are asking. And
is that in the Daily Mail report at all?
No, I'm looking. That's what I'm looking. Because everybody wants to know.
Yeah.
Because we know that the UK and Europe has been overrun with non-assimilating Muslims. And so that is a legit, not a racist, but a legit question. So I'm looking, I don't know, but it's a horrible story out of, is that London?
It's London, yeah.
Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that as he was shot at 9:38 a.m. He is dead, and they call him a suspicious items were on his person. So
I don't know what else would be dangling from a belt like that.
Yeah, I didn't
You're not
see
carrying seasonings around.
No, he's not carrying seasonings. All right, moving right along. Real quick, I do have some In-N-Out news. Do you want to hear some In-N-Out news before we get into?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Scott Desjardins is going to join us coming up at 7:36 on Nashville's Morning News. The congressman might be sound a little loopy like Joe Biden. The congressman Scott Desjardins, I'm just telling you, Scott Desjardins. Don't tell him I'm saying this.
Okay.
So nobody tweet at him or anything. But I want you to listen very closely when he starts speaking, Congressman Scott Desjardins.
Okay.
I don't want to say why yet, but just listen very closely to what he has to say and how he's saying it. And if he just sounds a little off. In-N-Out has now bought a $30 million building in Wilson County. It's going to be a regional hub.
Oh.
Yeah, this is great. In-N-Out Burger continues to show, this is from the Tennessean. In-N-Out Burger continues to show an all-in effort when it comes to a Middle Tennessee expansion. The company has bought a new warehouse property at Wilson County's Speedway Industrial Park for $30.15 million that it intends to use as a regional hub. Now, I don't know what that actually means. The California-based restaurant chain has purchased an approximate 154,000 square foot building on 19 acres on Richard Petty Way, according to the Wilson County assessor at properties, offices, blah, blah. Because, they do still have, people were a little confused about In-N-Out. So they are moving some operations to Franklin. They're moving, obviously, they're bringing stores to Middle Tennessee and to Tennessee. But they do still have some operations in California. I forget where, but it's like some random place. Wait, will you look that up for me, Sam? Where in California? It's not El Monte, but it's some place like El Monte. They say the buyer of the property listed as In-N-Out Burgers. You know what the thing is, though? If they're buying something that big, $30 million building and 154,000 square feet, then you know that they're going to be hiring some folks. So I think that this is obviously good news, and it is more In-N-Out just getting a foothold in Middle Tennessee, and I think this is great. By the way, Joan, do you know when the first In-N-Out opens up?
Next week.
No.
Okay.
Not even next month, in December. I want to say it's in Hermitage. No, in Lebanon. December, I want to say 10th.
Okay.
In Lebanon. Sam, did you find out where their headquarters is in California?
Baldwin Park.
Baldwin Park, right next to the greatness of El Monte, said no one at all. Anyway, so we'll I think that's great news, though. Just more In-N-Out is a good thing for Middle Tennessee. It is 7:15, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Again, Scott Desjardins going to be joining us at 7:35. And time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. As far as your weather goes, going to be partly sunny, warm today. High of 86, feeling like 89. Thanks for listening to Nashville's Morning News. By the way, just very quickly, I'm out tomorrow and I'm out Friday. They got some hack filling in for me, Joan.
Named Brian?
Some hack named Brian.
Yeah.
Some hack named Brian Wilson. I don't know who this guy is. I've never heard of him before.
Don't worry, we'll take care of him. Me and Sam will do that.
Yeah. I'm sure. Anyway, so Brian's going to take care of you for the next couple of days. I love that Caroline Leavitt, have you heard this voice recording that she left on the phones there at the White House? I love this. This is so typical Caroline Leavitt. This is a message that she left for folks calling the White House. Listen to this.
Thank you for calling the White House comment line.
Hello, America. This is White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Democrats in Congress have shut down the federal government because they care more about funding health care for illegal immigrants than they care about serving you, the American people. Until Democrats vote for the clean, Republican-backed continuing resolution to reopen the government, the White House is unable to answer your call or respond to your questions. We look forward to hearing from you again very soon. And in the meantime, please know President Trump will never stop fighting for you. Thank you, and God bless you.
There you go, Caroline Leavitt. I mean, I love it. By the way, are they doing White House tours?
Do you love it or do you love it?
I think the White House tours are not being...
Not being given?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
Hold on, my computer wants to keep restarting on me, and I keep having
that's too bad. You know, that's one of my big goals. I have not yet done that, a White House tour, and I got to do it in the next couple of years. But I want to play a couple of audio bites really quickly. And by the way, I'm trying to get, and I may be able to get.
Oh, here, let me just update you.
Okay.
They've, as of October, so today, the White House tours are temporarily suspended indefinitely due to the construction of the new ballroom. So it has nothing to do, right? With,
all right.
Yeah.
Hey, guess who we're going to talk to at 8:05, Joan?
Who?
Remember that pastor out of Memphis, Pastor Kenneth Whalum?
Yeah.
He's going to join us to give us a live update on how it's going in Memphis.
Oh, I love it. That's a great idea.
Love that guy, man.
Yeah.
He is really great. So we're going to talk to him, Scott Desjardins, Congressman, coming up at 7:35 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. One of my favorite moments from yesterday was when Hakeem Jeffries was on with Jay Tapper, and Tapper kind of calls him out for lying about what is going on with the Republicans, calling out the Democrats as the Democrats, continue to push for medical benefits for illegal aliens. Listen to this.
So let me ask you about a provision that the Republicans are talking about quite a bit. I know you want to talk about, and Democrats want to talk about, extending the Obamacare subsidies, which expire at the end of 2025. But they talk about the provisions, and it's right here, subtitle E, and this has to do with the repeal of health care subtitle changes, and specifically what it is. How they characterize it is, you want to give health insurance to undocumented immigrants. I understand that's not really an accurate depiction, but what it does do is...
It's a lie.
It's actually not a lie. See, what's happening is, and I've got audio from the vice president coming up, but the bottom line is that the Democrats are playing word games. That's what they're doing. They're playing word games. And I'll explain coming up.
It's a lie, but what you support does bring back funding for emergency Medicaid to hospitals, some of which does pay for undocumented immigrants.
And Hakeem Jeffries, he nodded to that.
People who don't have health insurance. And also there is this provision, and it's not about undocumented immigrants, it's about people with asylum seekers and people with temporary protected status, et cetera, but about their ability to get Medicaid. So they're non-citizens, they're not undocumented, they're not illegal. Why even include that in a bill knowing that they're going to seize right upon that and use that to message?
Yeah,
so
I mean, obviously, and I've been explaining this for days now, bottom line, what has happened is under the Biden administration, they had all of these people. You remember all those folks that were paroled in, they were flown in, and all of the asylum seekers as well. All of these people come in, and when Biden changes their status to lawfully present as opposed to illegal, they become lawfully present. like Biden did for millions of illegal aliens, that change in status allows them to get benefits. And that's something that the Republicans are trying to stop, and that is what they did stop in the big, beautiful bill. And now you've got the Democrats who are demanding that this be changed back. And if they don't, they are going to continue to shut down the government, which effectively means that, yes, they are shutting down the government. The Democrats are trying to shut down the government because they want people that were here either illegally. This is what I mean about how they're playing word games, because effectively these are illegal aliens, but Joe Biden gave them this status that opened them up for all of these health benefits. Now, I want to play some audio from J.D. Vance because he actually responded directly to Hakeem Jeffries.
This is a Democrat talking point. They say we're not actually trying to give health care benefits to illegal aliens, and here's why it's not true. There are two Biden-era programs that explicitly gave the taxpayer health care money to illegal aliens that we turned off when President Trump took over in January. Program number one is there's a lot of emergency health care at hospitals that are provided to illegal aliens. That was funded by the federal government. We turned off that funding because, of course, we want American citizens to benefit from those hospital services, not to be taxed and then to have those hospital services go to illegal aliens.
Yep. So that is J.D. Vance.
The Biden administration gave mass parole to millions upon millions of illegal aliens, and then they simultaneously made those parolees eligible for health care benefits funded by taxpayers. In the One Big Beautiful Bill, President Trump and congressional Republicans turned off that money to health care funding for illegal aliens. The Democrats want to turn it back on. And in their initial proposal, the first thing that they put out to reopen the government, they actually turned that money for health care benefits for illegal aliens back on. So it's not something that we made up. It's not a talking point. It is in the text of the bill that they initially gave to us to reopen the government. It's preposterous for them to run away from it now. But look, let's set that all to the side. Let's open up the government. Let's negotiate on all of these healthcare policy issues. Obviously, we're not going to support healthcare benefits for illegal aliens, but we will work with them to lower healthcare costs for American citizens if they're willing.
Yeah. So realize, I mean, I've played, just go through the show today. Joan, did you want to say something?
No.
Oh, I thought I heard you. So look at the audio that I've played today. I played audio from Mike Johnson. I've played audio from J.D. Vance and somebody else as well. I've had a lot of audio today. And they're all basically saying the same thing about what it is that the Democrats are trying to do. So, and bottom line is, this is going to be a non-starter for the Republicans. And so at some point, somebody's going to have to cave. I don't know. Schumer is worried about being reelected. Everyone knows that. By the way, you know how much we spent on hospital visits for illegal aliens under Joe Biden? The Biden administration's federal government spent over $16.2 billion on Medicaid-funded emergency services for undocumented immigrants, often referred to as illegal aliens, since taking office in 2021, reimbursing hospitals for required emergency care under laws. And that's only emergency room visits. It goes beyond that, way beyond that. Of course, as I've been mentioning, it does encourage more illegal immigration because the more benefits they get here, the more others want to come. And that is why you had so many guys out at the border. They were coming in saying, we love Joe Biden. Remember that? I don't know how you say that in Spanish, but I know that I heard it. And so now you've got the Republicans that do, in my estimation, have them dead to rights. We spent billions on these illegal aliens after Biden made them lawfully present, changing that status. The big, beautiful bill took that eligibility away, and the Democrats want it back. Just real quick, these folks get billions of dollars in Obamacare premium tax credits, food stamps, child nutrition programs. They have gotten outright cash payments as well. You get earned income tax credits, child tax credits again. It does go on and on. So anywhere you go on the internet today, you are going to see some of these folks on the left calling Republicans liars. I just don't know how you get that from what Mike Johnson has to say, what Caroline Leavitt has said, what all of these Republicans have said, and most certainly J.D. Vance. And you heard Jay Tapper even question Hakeem Jeffries and say, why do you have this in the bill? Or why do you have this if you know that this is going to turn into a Republican talking point? Well, because what they're trying to do, I think ultimately, is the Democrats do want to have the government shut down and try to blame it on Donald Trump. And the reason why they're doing that is because they need to show their base that they are fighting fascism. That's also part of the narrative. All right, it is 7:25. Joan's got the news coming up. Hey, Joan.
Hey there, Dan. Well, a couple of airplanes have collided on a New York City runway. Also, Netflix customers unsubscribing en masse. We'll tell you why. Those stories coming up here at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:26 on Super Talk 99.7. And I've been telling you for years about my friends at USS, United Structural Systems. Now, they are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair. Now, this is a great company. They've helped me several times with my home. That is why I do proudly endorse United Structural Systems, one of many companies that I was a customer first before I started endorsing them. By the way, I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers. Listen to this recent review on Google. Guy says that United Structural Systems, they were highly professional. The crew was phenomenal from start to finish. They treated his home as if they were working on their own. And he does give USS 5 stars all the way. So do I, by the way. United Structural Systems, they're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you're not going to pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. And they can help you with basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and yes, foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com.
Good morning. It's now 7:30. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And our top story today, the talk of the day in regards to the shutdown. And it's all about federal workers being fired. Here's ABC's Jay O'Brien.
Creating almost this third group. They're saying that of the furloughed employees, in the next 1 or 2 days, according to what Russ Vought, the head of the Office of Management and Budget, told congressional Republicans, they're going to start to fire some of those and try to make good on some of those additional DOGE cuts that we saw the administration begin to execute in the early months of the Trump administration.
Now, as for the shutdown, there won't be any votes today. D.C. is closed in observance of Yom Kippur, so the next vote could come tomorrow at the earliest. National Guard troops arriving in Memphis yesterday. They got a send-off from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth.
We're really proud to be here. It's a core effort of what we're doing. We're in all of these meetings. We're monitoring the statistics. So is the President of the United States. Rest assured, from the top to right here, he's paying attention to the data and the information that's coming out.
And the Guard troops will not be armed initially. They'll be in uniform and without masks. Overnight, a couple of jets clipped wings at New York's LaGuardia Airport. One of those planes had just landed from Charlotte. Another was preparing for takeoff. And here's how it sounded as air traffic control noticed they had clipped.
And you guys did clip, correct? Yeah, we did. Their right wing clipped our nose and the cockpit. We have damage to our windscreen. We have no injuries.
He has no injuries, he said. Sound courtesy of liveatc.net. Now, one flight attendant was injured on the other plane. And shares of Netflix falling since Monday after Elon Musk called on X followers to cancel their subscriptions for the health of your kids. Musk growing concerned about cartoons that groom children, like this episode of Transformers Earthspark.
I know I'm safe when I'm with my friends or other non-binary people.
Non-binary?
People who aren't female or male. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have assumed.
I always knew my pronouns felt right, but...
It's not the first time that users have called for a boycott of Netflix, and there's only been limited long-term financial impact on the company, but investors certainly are.
What's so interesting,
watching.
Joan, is you and I were talking about this earlier, and Sam, but I mean, there is like multiple examples of this kind of thing going on with Netflix, and it's like the number of shows and scenes that are out there clearly trying to groom or encourage kids to, be trans or whatever. It's like there's so few of people that are actually out there that are actually gender confused. It's like way out of proportion. You would think that there were like millions and millions of people in this country that are trans, confused, non-binary, whatever it is. But it's such a small microcosm of the American people. But you would think that, as I said, there's just a whole bunch here in America. It's almost like they're trying to spread the word.
Up the numbers,
Trying to spread the word.
Yeah,
that's exactly
certainly
right.
are. All right, that is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
7:35 on WTN, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. It is the Big Daddy Trump special. That's right, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Right now, $12 is going to get you a comprehensive exam, X-rays if you need them, a well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment again for only $12. So listen, if you've got back or neck pain, check him out online. It is painisbad.com. That's painisbad.com. What can they help you with? I mean, what can't they help you with? You got sciatica, slipped and bulging herniated discs, spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes. They can help you with non-surgical spinal decompression. No surgery, no spinal injections, and no painkillers. The Wellness Institute of Nashville, they helped me, and they can help you as well. Painisbad.com. Don't forget, $12 is going to get you that comprehensive exam, X-rays if needed, well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. Call them, mention Dan, 615-246-5009, 615-246-5009. That website, one more time, painisbad.com. Dan Mandis here for DT McCall's, a great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, selection, and value as well. I've been telling you for years about these folks. They've been helping people out in Middle Tennessee for 3 generations. And if you need it, DT McCall's has it. Great selection, great value as well. You need some indoor furniture. If you've got a room to fill, go to DT McCall's. If you need something that plugs in, an appliance, they've got those as well. They've always got specials going on to save you money at DT McCall's right there on the front page of their website. Specials and great prices on all the best brands of furniture and appliances. Again, they've been doing this at DT McCall's for over 100 years with a focus on customer service. And if you buy it, they're going to deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. You got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com.
Ooh, some ugly delays on 24 westbound starting at Sam Ridley Parkway all the way into Nashville this morning. Got a crash on 40 westbound in the Hermitage. The right lane is blocked off at Central Pike because of it. South Nashville, a crash on I-440 westbound at I-24. The left shoulder is blocked off. And a crash in the construction zone on I-65 southbound in Millersville. It's past Louisville Highway, exit 98. Jolton, Clarksville Pike at Old Hickory Boulevard. That also the scene of a crash. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.738, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Want to welcome on into the program Congressman Scott Desjardins. Congressman, how are you?
Doing good, thank you.
Yeah, I gotta be honest with you, Congressman. I told people to listen very carefully to you because, I mean, yesterday you were slurring up a storm like Joe Biden, but it had nothing to do with, you know, your cognitive situation. You'd gone to the dentist and I guess had a molar pulled.
Yeah, I had one that they couldn't save, and there wasn't enough bone there to put an implant, so they had to pull it as a back upper molar. And yeah, so I had cotton in my mouth, and I probably didn't sound as good as Joe Biden. So thanks for giving me a day reprieve to recover.
So what is worse, getting a molar pulled or having to listen to Hakeem Jeffries?
I'd probably lose all my teeth first.
There you go. All right, so let's talk about what is going on. Of course, we all know the government is shut down day 2. So I'm assuming you're back here in Tennessee. Is that a safe assumption or no?
Yeah, we are in Tennessee. We will be going back Monday.
Okay, so main sticking points, of course, you have the Democrats that are out there. You know, I do find it interesting, and I shouldn't lead the witness, but you have the Democrats out there saying that, oh, no, we don't want medical benefits for illegal aliens, which is one of the biggest talking points that Kamala Harris ran on. That's number one. And number two, as I have been reminding folks, let's all remember that back in 2019, that now infamous moment when the moderator in the Democrat primary said, hey, if your platform, if your policies include giving illegal aliens medical benefits, raise your hand. And they all raised their hands. So I guess I'm a little confused as to why the Democrats seem confused.
Yeah, I mean, make no mistake about it. Illegals are getting taken care of. We know that they're getting housing. We know they're getting education. We know that they're getting cell phone. We know that they're getting food subsidies. And we know that they're getting health care. And we let 20 million of them in for only one reason, and that was to increase the voter base, because most U.S. elections are about 50-50. And in their mind, another 20 million people that they give a whole bunch of stuff to are going to vote for them. So there's no secret. You know, Trump came in really on day one, flipped the switch, and the border was closed. And so, I'll give one example that I've been fighting for years trying to get an answer about is why or how much of our SNAP benefits, 41 million Americans allegedly are on SNAP benefits. That's the number they give us. I want to know how many of those are here illegally, how many are U.S. citizens. And they say it's very hard to get SNAP benefits if you're not an American citizen. But on the USDA's own website, their own paperwork, I've held it up and showed it right to them. I showed it to Vilsack and I showed it to Rollins. And if you're here and you're under 18, you automatically qualify for SNAP. That's a rule. So anyone under 18 that entered the country illegal is getting SNAP benefits. If you are seeking asylum and get it, you get SNAP benefits. There's like 17 different categories. If you're a refugee, you get SNAP benefits. So these are all non-citizens, and that's just the food benefits, but they get health care benefits too. And so it's disingenuous for them to say that's not part of it. I'm guessing it's probably out of that 41 million, I'm guessing that probably at least 11 million, I can't get a number, but it's a high number that are non-American citizens that we're paying for instead of using money on Americans first.
Well, one of the things, Congressman Scott DesJarlais is joining us, one of the things that has been in the conversation circles the last several days is that, as far as I can gather, the Democrats are trying to say that the Republicans are lying, that they don't want to give, and this is important, illegal aliens medical benefits. And so one of the things that J.D. Vance and others have pointed out, including yours truly, is that, as you mentioned correctly, Joe Biden brought in or allowed in, because you got the parolees too, all of these people into our country, and then he changed their status, effectively calling them lawful. They were lawfully here. And that opened the door for them to get, I guess, additional benefits. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I mean, in his mind, I guess if he's not stopping them at the border, and he clearly wasn't, maybe in his mind it was lawful because under his rule as president, he was allowing them to come in.
Right.
And he was turning them loose. So, I guess that was his logic. And, of course, that's not the way the laws are written on the books. So he was basically breaking the law, in my opinion. It's amazing because I hate CRs. I think it says that Congress is not doing its job, that we're not passing a budget. And under Biden, there was 13 CRs that they called clean CRs, which means, basically you're just extending the current funding levels to another time when you can kick the can down the road further. But, we literally passed a CR. The only thing that was in there was a bipartisan request because of all the political violence for member security. Now, whether or not that needed to be in there or not, I don't know, but it was agreed upon by Democrats and Republicans. So it truly was a clean CR, with the exception of some additional funding for security and safety measures. And so they should have no problem voting for that, but now it's a political football, and they're using that Republicans don't care about Americans' health care. But let's dissect that just a little bit for a minute, too, because this was another Biden move. During COVID, they took Obamacare recipients, and there may be some listeners who are benefiting from this, but, they keep throwing them, several million Americans are about to see their premiums jacked. Well, what happened was it was kind of like student loans. Student loans were changed to interest only, but when COVID was over, they had to start making their payments again. Well, the health care thing was that they had an enhanced premium subsidy during COVID because so many people lost their jobs and so on and so forth. Well, that was set to expire, and it's expiring. So that's what they're talking about, that Republicans are jacking people's health care premiums. That's not true. They're just going back to where they were. In the meantime, I don't know about you, but my family's health care coverage literally has doubled since COVID. What we pay each month for health care has doubled. So the average American is paying much higher premiums to subsidize this enhanced premium reduction that was started during COVID. So they're holding the country hostage and saying, we're not voting for the CR because Republicans don't care about health care, and they want to raise everyone's premiums. They're not raising the premiums. They're just going back to where they were supposed to go, as this gift was put out there during COVID to help people out. So I'm not buying that argument either.
Congressman Scott DesJarlais is joining us. I got a lot more straight ahead. Congressman, hold on. We got some traffic problems here in Middle Tennessee, here in Nashville. We'll get right back to you on WTN 746.
The Hermitage 40 westbound past Central Pike. We've got blocking the right lane. South Nashville 440 westbound at 24. Accident on the left shoulder. And Millersville 65 southbound past Louisville Highway. We've got an accident in the construction zone. I'm Christy.
746, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Partly sunny and warm, high of 86, feeling like 89. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. Congressman Scott Desjardins is joining us in the midst of day 2 of the government shutdown. Congressman, a lot of people are saying that, and I asked Senator Haggerty about this the other day, this shutdown feels different for whatever reason. I think partly because both sides are incredibly just, they're not moving. They're not negotiating. This whole thing about illegal aliens getting medical benefits, that is a non-starter. Also a very big deal is Chuck Schumer, who is up for re-election, and he's got AOC breathing down his neck.
Yeah, he voted for the CR, or got enough Democrats to vote for it in March or whenever we had to pass the other one. And at that time, he said it's dangerous to shut down the government. And almost every Democrat that you want to bring up, everyone who's known, they've been playing a loop of clips where they're saying, you don't shut down the government. And you don't, because people get furloughed. And we'll get, I think that's an important point to get into here in a minute, too, the non-essential employee thing. But, people get sent home, people get laid off. You might not have a park ranger to talk to in a national park, this and that. But most of the government is on autopilot. 85% of what we spend is mandatory spending, and in a shutdown, that just continues forward. And so even in a shutdown, we're still going into debt. But we lose money because we pay people not to work. I've never seen a shutdown where people who were furloughed don't get back pay. So they're basically getting a free vacation. In fact, I think federal workers who get furloughed love it because they know they're going to get their money. They always do. Now, I'm going to give an example. In 2012 or 2013, we, the Republicans, were not in power in the White House. It was Obama, but we vowed to repeal Obamacare. So we basically forced John Boehner's hand, and we went into a government shutdown for 18 days. And you probably remember the movie Animal House, where the guy gets in front of the band and leads them into a blind alley. Well, yes. Eventually you got to come out. And that's where we were. For 18 days, we fussed because we were going to repeal Obamacare. We're going to hold the government hostage because we were going to get our way. Well, there's no way in hell Obama was going to sign anything to repeal Obamacare. And so we lost, and we learned a lesson that, you can't hold the government hostage. That's what they're trying to do right now over health care. And the pressure is going to mount on them as certain benefits do run out. Military got paid, but in a couple of weeks, they're not going to get paid. And as far as the non-essential employees, they say, send your non-essential employees home. And I thought, what the hell is that? When I had a medical practice, I didn't have anybody there that I just had there because I was nice and thought, this person needs a job. I'm gonna give them money. That's bad business. But the government has all these employees that are deemed non-essential. Well, so they're the ones that are getting furloughed. I don't have anyone in my office going home because I need every single one of those to do the work that we do. And this is a case where Trump, in theory, after a period of time, these non-essential furloughed employees, he can just make that permanent, just get rid of them. And they're trying to downsize government.
Yep.
And everything we did in the big, beautiful bill to save money and claw back money, the Democrats are basically wanting all that back. They're not in power, so they don't get to make that call. We did these things to clean up government, to get rid of waste and fraud and abuse, and they're wanting that $1.5 trillion worth of stuff, Green New Deals, whatnot, put back in there. And that's what they're holding us hostage for right now. And over the next few days, it's going to become pretty clear that they initiated this shutdown. And it's always a blame game. I hate this. Oh, they did it. No, they did it. It's the American people just want things to function, and they want government to function. But I think this does feel different in the sense that, this is a politically motivated thing. As you said, Chuck Schumer feels threatened by AOC. God help us. That she would replace somebody who's been there 50 years, who's basically worthless, and she's even more worthless. But, yeah, this is about politics, and I think that as the clock ticks here over the next few days, there's going to be enough rational Democrats, moderate Democrats that are going to join in, and they're going to end this.
Do you think that there are rational Democrats who will, risk either not getting funding from the Democrat Party when they run for re-election? You know how the game is played. Do you think because I think they need, how many do they need? I hear anywhere from 4 or 5 to 7 to 9. You have 5?
Yeah, okay. we need about 5. And who would have ever thought? I thought John Fetterman was a nut, and he's turning out to be more like a Joe Manchin from West Virginia. He's more of a moderate, and he actually makes sense sometimes, despite the hoodie and his expressive aphasia, which has gotten much better. I guess I got to know him after he had his stroke, and he didn't seem like he was competent to run for office. But the guy's pretty rational when it comes to political views, and I never thought I'd hear myself say that. But then there's someone from New Hampshire and a few others that are starting to feel the heat. If you're in a swing seat where it's about 50-50 Democrats and Republicans, you got to please everybody, and if you feel political pressure, you're going to say, well, let's reopen the government, because really, this fight's going to happen again. You and I will be on the phone November 20th talking about this again. But it does give you 6 weeks to negotiate. Well, these health care subsidies were temporary, and once you give something away as a government, it's hard to take that back. People get used to it, and it's like, well, no, I don't want to go back to paying full price. I like paying half price. And so, maybe there's a happy median in there somewhere due to inflation that we can negotiate and find, something that's fair. But at any rate, we got 6 weeks to do that, and that's when we need to be having this fight. Having a fight during a shutdown right now is futile. We're not going to sit there and say, okay, you win, we're going to give you what you want. I think we're locked in because we offered a clean CR just like they did 13 times under Biden, and just like they voted for in March. And so I think in the end, this thing wraps up pretty quickly, and we'll see 5 more Democrats peel off, hopefully by early next week.
I don't understand, and I've only got like 30 seconds left, but I don't understand how the Democrats can blame the Republicans for this shutdown when 5 Democrats need to vote for the CR to keep it open. What am I missing here, Congressman?
I don't know what you're missing. It's like one of the few times that we actually did it right in the House. And again, I don't generally vote for CRs, but we have such a slim majority Trump asked us to vote for this so that there would be time to negotiate and finish some appropriation bills and have these negotiations. So it's literally a 6-week CR. We're just continuing the current rate of spending for 6 weeks. And then again, we'll have this fight again, but it'd be nice if we actually had a budget and did things the right way. I wouldn't hold your breath, but Washington is so divided right now; it's hard to get anything done legislatively. But the bottom line is, you can't hold your breath, stomp your feet, and say, "I want all these things," and expect to get them. It's like petulant children, and that's what they're being right now. The Republicans passed a clean CR. And they just need to open it because they're creating a bunch of problems for a bunch of people, and they're going to see things that their priorities. Trump can claw back money that's been appropriated, and I think he's doing that on some construction projects in blue states because he can say, "Oh, we can't spend this money right now. We're in a shutdown."
Yep.
And so they're going to feel the pain. They're going to feel the pressure, and my prediction is that, like I said, in less than a week they'll get the 5 Democrats, and then we'll live to fight another day.
All right, Congressman, always great to have you on, and have a great rest of day and week. And, man, that's going to be interesting to see what happens there. But we'll keep you covered here on Super Talk 99.7, and Joan's got the news coming up at 8.
Yeah, a judge makes an important ruling against Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Also, this man was deported twice. We'll tell you why he is behind bars once again today. That's coming up here at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. At 7:54, Dan Mandis here. How do I depend on Xfinity? Let me count the ways. Now, I've got a lot riding on my rock-solid internet from Xfinity. Riker, of course, homework and gaming. Amy, working all day long from home. And yours truly, of course, always prepping, always doing shows for my basement as well. All of that courtesy my friends at Xfinity. By the way, if something does go wrong, they can make it right with 24/7 customer service for whenever you need it. And you know that with Riker in the house, he is 11. We're going through this with Netflix right now, right? With Riker in the house, he is 11. It is critical that we are able to check out exactly what he's watching. And with Xfinity, you can. You can depend on these folks, so check them out online anytime, Xfinity.com. That is Xfinity.com, 1-800-XFINITY, or stop by a store today. 7:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I cannot wait, Joan.
For what,
To
Dan?
speak to Pastor Kenneth Whalum.
Yeah.
I did an interview with him. It was like a few weeks ago now.
Mm-hmm.
And, sometimes you've got interviews and they kind of come and go, whatever. But when I interviewed Pastor Whalum, he is out of Memphis, one of these community pastors, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And he is like all for the National Guard coming into the city of Memphis. And so I asked him at the time that I did that interview, because everybody loved him. Like the super text line was just hammered with people that love this guy. And I did ask him, okay, so can you be our Memphis correspondent, if you will, when the stuff starts to hit the fan there in Memphis? Well, it has, and he will be on with us after the news at 8 o'clock right here on Super Talk 99.7. Speaking of which, I got a big guest coming up on October 9th. Do you know who it is?
No.
Eric Trump.
Oh.
Eric Trump is going to be on the show.
Wow.
At 8:35, Chris and I are going to do the interview together.
Nice.
So, yeah, I thought, you know what? If Eric Trump is going to be on the show, I want my buddy Chris Hand with us as well. So he and I, and you guys want to chime in as well, that'd be great. But it'll be a group effort, but really looking forward to Eric Trump, October 9th at 8:35 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. An immigration judge ruled yesterday that Kilmar Abrego Garcia's case cannot be reopened. And with that, his final order of removal stands. Now, the judge shot down his lawyer's argument that he should be allowed to apply for asylum. In the response, DHS said on its X account, quote, this MS-13 gang member, human trafficker, domestic abuser, and child predator will never be loose on American streets. DHS said in August that Abrego Garcia could be sent to Uganda. A man who's in the country illegally is waking up in Nashville's jail this morning for assaulting young children. Fox 17's Jen Waddell.
58-year-old Oscar Lara. Metro police say he has assaulted a 9-year-old, a 12-year-old, and a 17-year-old. He's already been deported from this country twice, but made it back in. He's currently being held on an ICE detainer. Fox 17 News confirming that.
And she reports the suspect confessed to police. The first incident happening in 2020 when he was accused of inappropriately touching a child that he had been babysitting. TDOT wants to bring so-called choice lanes to I-24, and you can have your say about that today.
The proposed project would build new optional choice lanes on approximately 26 miles of I-24 between Nashville and Murfreesboro and Davidson and Rutherford counties.
Channel 4's Alexandria Adams there. Now, you have to pay to ride in those lanes. That's not being talked about very much, but the option is you can ride in those lanes as long as you pay. There's a meeting at the Southeast Community Center in Antioch at 5:30 today. It'll be the third informational meeting on this. And at least 2 people are dead, several others seriously injured in the UK after a man drove a car into a crowd of people, got out, and began stabbing people. This happened outside of a synagogue in the north of Manchester. This man was inside the synagogue.
I mean, it's horrifying. It is horrifying. Unfortunately, in the last year, we've witnessed a whole load of terror and attacks against the Jewish people.
Yeah, the Jewish people are observing Yom Kippur today. Police have apparently shot and killed that suspect as he was attempting to set off the bombs that were seen strapped to his belly. UK police say that man was trying to get into the synagogue. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. We've got Dow futures pointing down 37, NASDAQ futures up 140, and the S&P futures gaining 17. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Watch yourself on Dickerson Pike at Gatewood Avenue. That's at the Schwab School. You've got a crash reported there. Antioch on the westbound lanes of 24 before make that Hickory Hollow Parkway. There is a crash. Another one in South Nashville on I-440, the westbound lanes at I-24, and in Goodlettsville. The right shoulder is blocked off by an accident at Vietnam Veterans Boulevard, westbound side before I-65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. You know, we've been talking a lot about what is going on in Memphis, but I'd like to speak to someone who is actually in Memphis right now. Pastor Kenneth Whalum is joining us here on Super Talk 99.7. And how are you, sir?
I'm doing great. That's Kenneth Whalum. If you
Whalum.
can't beat him, Whalum.
Whalum. I got it right the first time we did this, and then I shanked it the second time. Whalum. All right, Pastor, so you are there in Memphis. We've got now all of these federal authorities that are there. How are the people in Memphis, how are they taking all of this?
Everybody that I have talked to or have seen interviews of are taking it quite well. People appear to be happy to have a sense of order and decorum and safety.
I know that when we saw the National Guard in Washington, D.C., of course, it's a different dynamic because they're controlled by the federal government. But
you don't hear me.
In Memphis, when you have all of these folks there with the National Guard in there, are the people there, are there some that are pushing back against the federal authorities there? Or, because remember last time you and I spoke, the big question was, what's going to happen when they leave? So I guess, is there an anti-National Guard contingent there?
Oh, sure. There will always be that kind of comeuppance among people in any situation, and there has been that here. But the opposition from elected leaders has virtually disappeared, and I think that's because it's kind of hard to kick against the pricks of having obviously more safety. I don't think anybody is opposed to that, and I think that's what's happening now.
All right, so what do you think is going to happen if and when they leave? I mean, obviously I don't know if they can be there, obviously till further notice, but they can't be there forever. What do you think is going to happen when they do leave?
Well, that's the thing. I think it depends on us. I think it depends on Memphis pastors and elected leaders doing what we can do during this interim. I have to be honest with you. I'm not sure if that can happen. I'm not sure if it's going to time to do it. In fact, I know that I spoke with the mayor recently, and he said that he's just happy to have someone who will be focusing on violent crime rather than making petty arrests. And as you know, from what AG Pam Bondi said, there have been like 53 arrests in the last couple of days and illegal weapons taken off the street. All those things are a deterrence to violent crime. But in answer to your question, the jury is still out on what's going to happen when they leave. I'll be doing what I can to challenge us to self-accountability. I think that's a piece that has been missing locally. It's easy to scream and holler about what you think might happen, but it's much harder to put in the work. And I think that we have the resources to put in the work.
Pastor Kenneth Whalum is joining us here on Super Talk 99.7. Pastor, so let's talk about the work then. I mean, we know that the National Guard is going to do what they're going to do, and the other federal agencies are going to do what they're going to do. So what are you doing within your church and your community alongside all of the federal forces going in?
Well, there are two it's inarguable that the way Memphis got in the shape we're in is because of our education system and because of the economy of the black community. The black community is the overwhelming majority in Memphis. And so what we are doing is challenging our local Chamber of Commerce to roll up their sleeves. And it's okay to have ribbon cuttings and socials, but they have the resources to make available space for schools and classrooms, small teacher class ratios. They can do that with existing commercial space. That would handle the education part. And as far as the economy, in a majority black city, if the black clergy and other churches and faith leaders would support local black-owned businesses and other small businesses. It won't happen overnight, but if we can take advantage of this respite that we've been given by these federal forces, in due time, I think we can strengthen the core of the economy of Memphis. In fact, it has been proven biblically and elsewhere.
Well, one of the things, and because I was thinking about this, when you have the streets that have been so chaotic and violent over the last many years, and now you've got the federal forces in there, and just like in Washington, D.C., it's just going to be safer to walk around on a Friday or a Saturday night. Do you think that will actually inspire the people of Memphis to say, you know what, we like this better, and we are going to cooperate more with local police and so forth to let them know who the bad guys are, what they're doing, and where they are?
That is the hope, and I think that is happening right now. If you were here, man, you would see that there has been a noticeable difference in the streets. There's not as much wild driving. There's not as much aberrant behavior in the streets. It's been an obvious shot in the arm, and I think that as more people see that, they will be more willing to not just let the authorities know who the criminals are and where they are, but the criminals will be sort of letting everybody else know where they are, because they will be acting way outside of the bounds of normal behavior, especially here now with this intervention. I just think it's a win-win situation.
Do you believe, Pastor, that with less crime in the streets of Memphis, are there job opportunities? Are there things for, these guys, these people that are so embedded in the life of a criminal? Are there other things that they can do to make money? Maybe it sounds silly, but it just seems like, is there enough opportunity for them to go out and actually find legit work? Is he gone? What's that? Oh, yeah, he's still there. Pastor Kenneth Whalum, I know that was a great question, and I've left him like utterly speechless.
Right. Yeah, that's what it was.
I think it was a long-winded question, and he fell asleep. I think that's what. You want to check on him? Dan. You want to check on him? I've lost him. How much call him back? And I promise to make it a shorter winded question. I actually think that's a pretty good question, though, don't you? Like if
I got lost in it. I forgot what it was.
Oh, shut up. You know what? I can always count on you to support the host. Pastor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, yeah. I don't know what happened, but I asked a question, and then you just disappeared. So bottom line is, you got some folks there that are embedded in a life of crime. Is there enough jobs to support somebody if they actually wanted to go out and actually start working a legit 9 to 5? He's gone. I don't know, man.
Even the shorter question.
I made it a shorter question and everything. Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
Do you think in Memphis there's enough infrastructure and jobs to support somebody who wanted to move away from a life in crime and maybe do something a little more 9 to 5? Are there the jobs to support that in Memphis? I knew it. I just let you. All right. I'm going to try this one more time.
It's a good setup.
Pastor?
I am here.
Okay.
Hey, Dan, what did I say that you didn't like, man?
No, it's not me. It's
cutting you right off.
Yeah, man. All right. So I'm gonna ask this like a third time. Are there enough jobs to support a criminal who wants to go legit, is there the jobs and the opportunity for them there in Memphis?
There are, if that person wants to work and if they are prepared to work. And I think the second part of my answer is very, very crucial. The education system in Memphis has been broken for a long time, Dan, and the only people who are responsible for that are the voters of Memphis. We voted about 12 years ago to abandon the education charter of our public school system, and since that time, we have been producing graduates, 75% of whom cannot read at grade level. Did you hear what I said?
75%.
75% cannot read at grade level, which means 25% can, which means that the 25% probably have little trouble getting employment. But the 75%, you know, I think it is what it is. Now, that is why I said earlier that it depends on Memphians, not on the federal government, to be accountable for ourselves. And I think that this period of time during which we have 13 federal agencies, resources at the behest of Memphis leadership, and other federal agencies that will come in if necessary, if we can take advantage of this time to get real about our education system and to roll up our sleeves and support Black-owned businesses and other small businesses, I think we can turn the tide. But that's a very big if, Dan.
Let me ask you this. I mean, obviously, Memphis has a lot of problems, and I appreciate what Governor Lee has said. I appreciate what Donald Trump has said, which is Tennessee will never reach its full potential until Memphis reaches its full potential. I know that there's
no question. There is absolutely no question.
A lot of controversy about Steve Mulroy, the local DA, I guess. And is he a big part of the problem where it's just one of these soft on crime DAs and they're not charging people who commit crimes?
I think he's as much of the problem as all elected officials who are more enamored with their position than they are with the people they are elected to represent. I don't think he's soft on crime. I think that he is a person who ran for other elected positions and did not succeed, and did succeed in being elected district attorney. I think that as time passes, reality will force him either to be more focused or force the voters to replace him with somebody else. But I think those are political realities. I don't think that has that much to do with ideology.
All right, I want to ask you something a little bit off the script of Memphis, because I find this fascinating and I wish I'd left more time. But you were in Israel during, there's a lot, obviously we all know what's going on in Israel and Hamas. And you were in Israel at the time when the fighting was really bad. Am I right in that?
I was in Tel Aviv, Israel on October 7th, 2023, when the first missiles were fired and when the first incursion occurred. Yes, my son and I were there. And yes, that's the answer to your question.
Tell me, I've got hey, I'm gonna go late to the break. All right. Pastor Kenneth Whalem is here. Tell us about that experience, because I can't imagine.
It was unlike anything I have ever experienced. It has reinforced in my mind that God is good and that he has something for me to do. We were at a Bruno Mars concert that week, and we were scheduled to leave town that Saturday, the 7th, and that's when everything broke loose. I tell you, it was surreal, because in the hotel lobby, all of a sudden we noticed the hotel employees pulled their weapons out and they blocked the doors to the streets, but yet we were able to Uber. Get that? We were able to Uber to the airport. I had to go by myself, and as we were riding to the airport, my driver let me hear on his cell phone his wife screaming and crying because there were Hamas soldiers were in the streets in front of their home and attacking and breaking into homes. And at that moment, we looked overhead, and there were, what do you call the trails, the smoke trails from missiles being fired overhead. When we got to the airport, we had to lock down. It was amazing. And yet I got out, and I'm just thankful for that. But I can't, words cannot express the kind of experience as well. It just lets me know that God is good.
Did you find out how your Uber driver, did you ever find out how his family was?
I never found out. That was the last time I saw him. And yet through it all, you know what he said? He said, this is the way we live our lives. He said, this is every day, either violence or the threat of violence. He was as calm as anything I've ever seen.
That is an incredible story. Do you have any insight? Was that your first time to Israel? I'm curious.
Yes, that was my first time to Israel.
You go to Israel
most beautiful place.
For a Bruno Mars concert, and October 7th happens. That is such a story. So do you have an opinion on President Trump has a deal on the table for Hamas, 20-point peace plan. You've got Qatar and all of these other Middle Eastern nations are supportive of what President Trump wants to do. A whole bunch of nations in Europe also supportive of what the president wants to do. Hamas is basically, they're not answering, but I think somebody said, don't hold your breath. I mean, do you have an opinion on all of that based on your experience?
My opinion has been the same since a few days after I got back home back in 2023. About 1,200 people were killed by Hamas on October 7th. But since that time, Israel has been responsible for tens of thousands of deaths. And it doesn't seem to me that that's eye for an eye. Even if you're going for eye for an eye, that's way more eyes and teeth than I think is necessary. That's my opinion.
All right, Pastor Kenneth Whalum, I appreciate it. Do you mind coming on again at some point and just giving us another update in a week or two about how things are going there in Memphis?
No, I don't mind at all.
All right, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And man, can you imagine going to a Bruno Mars concert and that breaks out as you're trying to get home? That is incredible. I could have spent an hour talking to Pastor Kenneth Whalum, but we got to move on. It is 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News. It didn't sound like, I don't know if you heard the entirety of the interview, Joan. It sounds like I don't know. I think he's hopeful, but it also sounds like he's a little realistic on what is going on in Memphis as it relates to once the Guard leaves. It's a question everybody's been asking. Once the National Guard leaves, what do you do after that? So, and I think it's remains to be seen. 8:23, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. 615-737-9986 is the telephone number. That is also the Super Text line, 615-737-WWTN. Joan, I loved how I was trying out the question on you and you feigned sleeping. That was really funny, Joan.
I go for comedy.
Keep going.
Yeah.
Keep going. Anyway, what do you got coming up?
Well, we have the latest update out of Manchester, England, where a terror attack took place outside of a synagogue this morning. It is Yom Kippur, and what an incredible attack that happened there, and how incredible it was that police saved so many people. We've got that story coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Very good. 8:24 on Super Talk 99.7. Brentwood Jewelry, if you have a special occasion coming up, you need a special gift, and Brentwood Jewelry is your place to go. For the lady in your life, necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings. For the men, money clips, cufflinks, and they've got watches for everyone and every budget. And if you've got a family heirloom, maybe it's an old watch that needs repair, maybe a ring that needs to be reset, Brentwood Jewelry, they can do it for you. They've got great merchandise, terrific prices for every budget. This is a family-owned business. They've been in Middle Tennessee for over 50 years. Brentwood Jewelry is the official jewelry store of my house. And yes, they are here to help you. 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road. Exceptional style, exceptional deals every day for over 50 years. BrentwoodJewelry.com. 8:29, Nashville's Morning News. I'm laughing. All the political ads. I can't remember what is the date of this thing? It can't come fast enough. I like everybody. I get that. That is my. You know what my problem is as like a person. I like everybody, and well, most people, and I like the four major candidates. I've met three of the four, and I like them all. And as I said a couple of weeks ago, I don't think we lose with any of those guys. But man, these commercials, they're almost comical. You know what I mean?
But yeah, they're much
Especially
different than we're used to.
What's that?
They're much different than we're used to.
They are. Have you seen the mailer, by the way, that is going out? Joan, has anybody sent you the mailer that's going out to people in the 7th?
Primaries are October 7th.
This is really interesting. So, well, I can't do it here. People, though, in the 7th, I'll do this coming back. I'll actually see if I can get it on the screen. People in the 7th are getting what I can only interpret as threatening mailers. Now, I don't know who's actually sending these, but I'm going to talk about it coming up next. And is Chris here today?
I haven't seen him.
All right. I don't know if Chris is here today, but I think he is. But, I mean, these mailers are crazy. So I'm going to get these on the screen. If you want to see or hear what is going on in the 7th and what people who live in the 7th are getting, I'm going to tell you coming up next because it's rubbing a lot of conservatives the wrong way. Details straight ahead. It is 8:30 on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. The talk of the day in regards to the shutdown is about federal workers being fired starting today. Here's ABC's Jay O'Brien.
The White House is creating almost this third group. They're saying that of the furloughed employees, in the next 1 or 2 days, according to what Russ Vought, the head of the Office of Management and Budget, told congressional Republicans, they're going to start to fire some of those and try to make good on some of those additional DOGE cuts that we saw the administration begin to execute in the early months of the Trump administration.
Now, as for the shutdown, there won't be any votes today because D.C. is closed down in observance of Yom Kippur. So the next vote could come tomorrow at the earliest. A terrorist attack on this Yom Kippur in Manchester, England. 2 people killed when a man drove a car into a group of people outside of a synagogue. Police say that man got out, stabbed several others, and then tried to detonate a bomb strapped to his midsection.
An auspicious high holy day with all fasted since 6:30 last night. You want to feel secure, you want to be able to go to places and feel that you can just walk around.
Yeah, police shot and killed that man before he could do any more damage. Several people are in the hospital with critical injuries. John Bon Jovi checking out of Nashville. The rocker is selling his Broadway bar, which is the tallest bar on Nashville's Lower Broadway at 5 stories. The building has 2 entrances on Broadway and 4th Avenue and 2 fifth-story rooftop decks. Now, it only opened in the spring. It's going to set you back, though, $130 million to purchase the place.
It does, actually.
Market numbers.
That's Chris's fault. That's Chris's fault. Totally
All right,
Chris's
I like
fault.
that. Let's
Yep.
make it Chris's fault.
Mhm.
Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Stocks trading now, a couple of minutes here, and the Dow Jones Industrials are up 69 points. NASDAQ is gaining 141. S&P 500 index, that's plus 18. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Can I just say that 9 o'clock cannot come fast enough?
Yeah.
The phone hung up on Pastor Whalem like, what, 3 times?
People need more Chris Hand.
I had to add, that's absolutely true. I had to ask the question like 3-4 different times because the phone kept crapping out. And it was like, and then we just had that we've had a glitchy morning, and not just in the host's brain. Anyway, 8:34 on WTN. Window Nation, October is here, and so is the return of chilly air seeping into your home. Now, that is if you have old, stuck, or cracked windows. Eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with top-quality replacement windows with my friends at Window Nation. They've got a great new deal going on right now. By the way, this is a big upgrade to your home, putting in new windows. Again, I've got 4 in my home, 2 in my basement studio. But this month, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 windows for free, and there's no limit as to how many windows you replace, and your total price includes 1-day installation. But wait, there's more. Make no payments for 2 years, no monthly payments, no down payment, and no interest until 2027. Now, that is a big deal with the holidays coming up, of course. So find them online at windownation.com. By the way, they do have an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau. Window Nation, again, find them online, windownation.com. Tell them Dan told you to reach out for that great deal. 866-90-NATION, 866-90-NATION.
Watch yourself in South Nashville, I-440, westbound past I-24. You've got a crash in the right shoulder. Also in Antioch on 24 westbound before Hickory Hollow Parkway. There's a crash there, and the left shoulder is blocked. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Oh, look. It's Sam's theme song for the host. I get the hostility. You know what this song is, Joan, right?
I do not.
It's called American Idiot.
Oh.
by
Green Day.
Green Day. It's exactly right.
Yeah.
Was that a message to the host there, Sam?
No, but I mean, they are now their own contradiction to their own music.
You're right. Although they're not, Green Day's not American, are they?
Yeah, they are.
Are they?
I believe so.
Okay. They're very anti-Trump.
Yeah, I was at the iHeart Music Radio Festival, the second one, where Billy
Were you at that show
whatever his name,
too?
where he lost his mind and
I
started
was there
smashing
too.
guitars because they wanted him off the stage.
He noticed that nobody cares, but he's on stage and he notices a clock counting down. Remember that?
Yep.
And he says, "What's that clock?" And he figured out that he only had like a couple of minutes left, and then time runs out and he starts smashing guitars, and before you know it, he's on his way to rehab.
Yep.
Billy Joe
Armstrong, right?
Armstrong.
Is that it?
I don't know.
Sam?
I don't know.
You know?
Yeah, that's it. He also, at a concert, it was after Roe v. Wade was overturned, was screaming about abortion and how he's going to revoke his citizenship.
I wish he would. You know what? He is his own American idiot.
He is.
Thank you. I did that all by myself. All right. So people are. I made a comment about the all the political ads. I do find them funny.
You find them funny? I've just found them so cringy on so many levels.
Well, cringy can be funny. Look at me.
All of them are cringy, though.
Every single one?
Everybody. It's an equal playing field with cringe. Like, they're all the most MAGA, and they're all the most cringe.
Dan, you should not dislike the ads. You should be laughing all the way to the bank. Well, I mean, I don't get the money, man. Otherwise, I might be laughing all the way to the... Anyway. So people in the 7th Congressional... have you received these, Chris? These are mailers that people in the 7th are getting. If you're watching on YouTube, you can see them there on the screen. But it is... I've gotten this by like 5 or 6 different people. Voter alert. We see you haven't voted yet. And this is going to Republicans. Now, I don't know who sent it, though. Like, it could be, like an operation whatever, where this is the Democrats actually sending this to Republicans. I don't know. Your voting record is public. Your neighbors are watching and will know if you missed this critical special election.
That's a little spooky.
Republican Party officials will see if you don't vote. You can't afford to have that on your record. Republican values are at stake in this special election. And then it says, notice, we will contact you after the election to make sure that you voted.
But why would they need to do that if they know? Feels rather ominous. It feels like a thinly veiled threat.
It just feels this whole, and then the other side says election notice. Oh, wait, is it saying that? No. It says the Tennessee Republican Party headquarters will see whether you have voted. We are compiling an official list of Republicans who failed to vote in the 7th Congressional District of the Tennessee special election. Public records show that you have not voted. Party leadership would be very disappointed.
Does it say who paid for that?
No.
That's a mailer? I
guess this is a mailer.
Don't they have to put that on the mailer? Just like they have to put it in the ads? They have to say, brought to you by...
Yeah, I don't know the laws on that, but it doesn't say who voted, who sent it. It doesn't say who sent it. Joan, you ever heard of anything like that?
I have not.
So, I mean, I don't know. Why would the Democrats do this, though? Like, I don't know if the Democrats would do this. Why would they do this? I'm just saying, who...
It makes the Republicans look bad.
Well, yeah, it does, but that's what I'm saying. So you think the Democrats would waste all this money just to make Republicans look bad?
Do you think that Democrats have an issue wasting money?
No, I think they're very good at it, actually. They excel at wasting money, so...
do they have a realistic chance at winning?
No, they don't.
So that's kind of what they're going to do with their campaign funds.
No, they don't.
Try and make us look bad. I could see that happening.
And this is certain. And by the way, I should say I received this from I don't know, several people, and the guy that sent this to me is a guy that I trust. The other people that sent them to me, also people I guess I trust everybody. But anyway, they're saying that they received this in the mail. This is circulating on. I'm just here to tell you that the Republican Party, as a guy who, I consider myself a conservative, but whatever. But I'm just telling you, they're not going to come and get you if you don't vote.
Yep.
Right?
They're gonna round you up.
They're going to round you up and make you vote
with the Gestapo. They're going to use the Gestapo to get you.
That's what they're. Well, we're fascists.
Yeah,
that's what it is, right?
I heard you guys talking about Netflix earlier. I sent you another clip. There's so many shows. You're so right. But this is the playbook. Ready?
I have just minutes before the show, I wrote down all of these, and it's just like Coco Melon.
Yep.
Ridley Jones, Jurassic World Creations, or whatever that is.
Yep.
Strawberry Shortcake and the Beast of Barry Dog and the Babysitters Club. And
yep.
I mean,
so I sent you the clip to your Twitter of the Babysitters Club. But this is one of the things that they do, and you'll notice it with a lot of the classic titles like the Strawberry Shortcake or the Babysitters Club. Mm-hmm. They'll put up a new season, right? And parents feel comfortable with it. Grandparents do too. The millennials and the Gen Xers, right? So they feel comfy with what's on the channel because like, oh, I know the Babysitters Club. I know Strawberry Shortcake. And they'll lull you into a false sense of security over 6 episodes. And then when they get to episode 7, by that point, mom and dad have gone into autopilot, and they're letting you watch whatever while they're cooking dinner, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this is always the playbook. But on Netflix, it's stunning and brave how they have a young babysitter who is in on the Babysitters Club, and she's in the hospital room with a transgender boy.
All right, I'm trying to get the audio.
And then these doctors come in, and these doctors are clearly bigots and fascists because they understand that the boy has a penis, so they refer to the boy as a boy. So then it's the young babysitter who asks to step into the hallway, have a serious conversation with the adults. And then this young girl has to set the adults in her life straight.
You know what she reminded me of? I'm pulling it up. I'm having a technical meltdown over here. But do you know what she reminded me? The girl reminds me of, who's the one with the flotilla?
The flotilla?
Yeah, the one that was all about climate change.
Oh, Greta Thunberg?
Yeah, this girl in this video reminds me of Greta Thunberg. This is the scene that Chris is talking about.
Are you
And the
muted?
meltdown
Are
continues.
you muted on the bottom? Is there a little X over your speaker?
No, there isn't. Am I up over there? Am I up? Am I up? Oh, what?
Oh, we had the swap.
Surprise.
So I'm like, Sam, are we up? And
King Louie shows up.
King Louie shows up. All right, Louie, am I up?
Not yet.
Can you put me up?
You're up, but you're not up.
I don't understand.
Like everything's on.
Okay. It's not playing.
Finally found a file for a Bailey Del Vecchio. Is 32 Burn Hill Road still the current address? Yeah. Have you been giving him fluids? If he's dehydrated, we'll need to place an IV. Have him change into this. Well.
I hear someone's not feeling well. Let's take a look at the little man.
So, yeah, what's going on is you've got the nurse and the doctor. They're referring to the kid in the
patient.
The patient as a boy.
Let's not just overlook the fact that there's a child who is the consenting adult figure in the room with another child. That's who's 12, right?
Yeah.
Looks
She's
12 or
like
13.
12. And she's got that, somebody farted in an elevator look.
Yep, she's got a scowl
because they're misgendering this kid. She gets up.
Can I please talk to you two outside?
And the doctor and the nurse are like,
Now here comes the moment that's stunning and brave. You ready for this?
I know that you guys are busy, but as you would see, if you looked at her and not her chart, Bailey is not a boy. And by treating her like one, you are completely ignoring who she is. You're making her feel insignificant and humiliated. And that's not going to help her feel good or safe or calm. So, from here on out, please recognize her for who she is. And if at all possible, could you find me a non-blue hospital gown?
oh my goodness gracious.
A non-blue hospital band.
So all the doctor and the nurse has to do is look at the chart and see that the kid in the bed has a pee-pee.
That's it.
That's all they got to do.
That's it.
That's all they got to do.
Do you know how much market value Netflix has lost since Elon tweeted out cancel Netflix?
Oh, it's huge. We were talking about it earlier.
$15.1 billion.
$15.1 billion.
With a B.
That is
stunning and brave.
Yeah. We were talking earlier about, I'm not one for boycotts, but we were talking earlier, Netflix does have a lot of conservative stuff on there too, but nothing like this, like grooming of kids. And some of the stuff, Joan had a couple of sound bites. I played one earlier where it is clear that they're trying to groom kids. They're trying to say, oh, it's okay if you wear a dress, you must identify as a girl if you're a boy. And, Joan and I were talking earlier about how, I just rattled off, like 5 or 6 different shows, and Joan had a few.
Yep.
You've got one,
and
too.
there's more. You can keep going.
You would think that half of the American population was like non-binary or whatever. And so they've got all of these shows trying to reflect the values of such a very, very, very small portion of America. It's almost like what they're trying to do is bring awareness to it and groom.
Well, this is the thing.
To bring those numbers up.
And this is my opinion. You're not born like that. You are made that way. And this is all going into that. To your point, though, you said, there's some conservative stuff on Netflix. I've yet to find the children's show where the stunning and brave child says to the adults, can I speak to you in the hallway?
Yeah.
You're really pushing communist ideas. And we're about free markets and capitalism here in the United States of America.
Can you imagine? Okay, so I'm sure somewhere in Netflix they've got like the transvestites reading books to the kids in a library. Can you imagine if J.D. Vance or Donald Trump wanted to read books to kids in the library on Netflix?
Imagine if they wanted to read the Tuttle Twins to kids. And why do the drag queens always want to read to kids? Why come they're never willing to go into a nursing home and read to the elderly?
Yeah. That's a great question. I've always wondered that. What is it about, why is it they want to have, come sit on my lap? Why do they want to do that? It's just a little weird.
And why do the parents feel the need to virtue signal and
allow their children?
Bring their kids into those just situations.
Hey, Chris, do you remember yesterday when I showed you my Halloween display?
Yes.
Did you? How closely do you remember it?
Not closely at all.
You should have, because I now have an Halloween decoration named after you.
Do you?
I do.
Which one is that?
If you remember, I've got all kind, and I've got a new inflatable, by the way. I'm not going to show it because people are so mean, but Joan. But
oh my goodness, I'm just truthful. That's just the problem.
I've got a big bloody hand.
Let's go.
Right there in the flower bed, and we've named it Chris.
I love it.
We've named it Chris. I'm going to get a name tag that says, "Hi, my name is Chris." And I'm going to put it right there on the bloody hand.
It's beautiful. I've also started decorating the house for Halloween.
I'm sure you have.
We're dressing the house up as a Democrat household, so we have a Kamala Harris yard sign that we're putting in to really scare the kids.
Scary, yeah.
We're gonna do an empty candy bowl and ask all the trick or treaters to deposit some of theirs for the less fortunate.
Socialism.
Yep, that's kind of the route we're gonna go.
We were talking earlier about...
you should give away one candy bar, but split it into threes for 3 different kids.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Keep the 4th piece for myself.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about which Democrats would make the scariest inflatable.
And you surprisingly left out Hillary Clinton, which was a shocker to me because of
I did leave out Hillary.
All the murder that is associated with Hillary.
That's exactly right. You could have like a noose in one hand and a shotgun in the other.
You could.
I said Steve Cohen because I think he's pretty scary.
Steve Cohen looks a lot like the creature from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think Bernie Sanders can look pretty scary. Balloon hair Bernie.
Yep.
I thought that AOC...
Wait, what about the woman with the purple hair? What's her name? Roberta? You know who I'm talking about? The Congresswoman?
The one that looks like General Michael Flynn with a wig?
I don't know.
Maybe.
But Maxine Waters, of course.
Yep.
So, I mean, there's so many. I thought...
Rosa DeLauro.
She really does look like General Michael Flynn.
All right, yes or no? AOC would make a great Wicked Witch of the West.
I could see that.
You could see that, right?
I could.
Should we do we need to do a quick Daily Dan poll? Just so I can make this. Do you know what this is, Joan? This is the longest show that I've ever done in 40 years of broadcasting. That's why I'm taking tomorrow and Monday off.
Let's go.
I'm going to go spend more time with my Chris Hand at home.
Okay. It's a little awkward.
I actually sent Joan and Sam a picture of my yet another inflatable, and Joan was still unimpressed. As a matter of fact,
did you see last night the Nashville Soccer Club becoming the first professional sports team in Tennessee to hoist a championship trophy?
No,
in history. I know this was.
What?
Yeah. That was my reaction too. Nobody saw it. If you win a championship in the woods, does it count?
I was going to do the story today, but I'm like, I just don't know how many people care about the soccer club.
Yep.
Well, they did. No,
you think?
Yeah.
I don't know, but also, like, is Major League Soccer in America the equivalent of the WNBA to the NBA when you compare them to the European soccer clubs?
I think that it is a big deal for me, says the guy who had no idea and couldn't pick these people out of a lineup. I think that it is a big deal that our city's professional soccer club won the soccer game championship.
They won the game.
They won. Was it the big United States championship? Can I tell you part of the problem is? Oh, you know who's going to be into this? Chad Benson.
Yes, he will.
Because I think he used to play soccer.
Oh yeah,
professionally.
Football.
Soccer.
Football. If you ask Chad.
So Chad, I bet you Chad will be all over this. So if you want that stuff that I don't understand, listen to Chad.
I heard the 7 people in attendance rushed the field.
All right, we got to go.
It was chaos.
Brian is in for me tomorrow and Monday as well. Looking forward to some time off. And the Soup text line, 615-737-9986. Louie, what am I supposed to do here? Am I doing my commercial?
Yes,
See, when Sam's gone, it's like, well, the entire show has been like 3 wheels.
Yes.
All right.
It's like the grocery store graphic. Have you seen that? Where it's like that one shopping cart wheel and you have 3 pictures of Sydney Sweeney and 1 picture of Greta Thunberg.
No, but I'll have to check that out.
I'll send it to you.
All right. The weather here in Middle Tennessee can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. These folks are awesome. They're not going to leave you in the dark. Financing is available as well. The Generator Supercenter. Call them. Tell them I told you to reach out. 615-879-1952. 615-879-1952. Find them online anytime. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. 8:59 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. What did I tell you? This show it never ends for me.
It keeps going and going and going. It's the Energizer Bunny of morning shows.
That's exactly
30
right.
seconds to go, Dan.
You can do it.
I want that on a bumper sticker. What's coming up?
We're going to talk about big city crime. We're going to talk about the National Guard in Memphis. We're going to talk about the meme war 3.0 between
goodness.
Trump and Hakeem Jeffries.
Yes.
And we'll also, I guess we'll talk about the government
Did you see
shutdown.
what Ted Cruz tweeted out?
I did not.
Ted Cruz, just find him on the socials. It is like a 3-minute Donald Trump singing the Macarena, and he's got all of the different senators wearing the mustache and the sombreros. It is funny as all get out.
I'm a huge fan. We'll also talk about how the left can't meme. They're trying to combat them in the meme war.
It's not working.
It's falling flat.
Yeah. All right. Chris Hand up next on WTN.